Get ready to go. The New York Mets will come to the... Actually, here's the starting matchup. The Coventry Healthcare of Florida starting matchup. Chris Volstad, 24 starts. He has struggled this year, though he's lost 3 one-run games in his last 4 starts. Miguel Batista is 40. However, he's a man. He's 40. And he won his 100th game in his last start. And that was against the Marlins. He pitched pretty well, Tom.
Yeah, he did. He went 6 innings, gave up 6 hits and a couple of runs. Here's an interesting note on Volstad. Chris Volstad against the Mets. We've talked about his numbers, a 3.40 career ERA and 7 starts against New York. Right now on their roster, there is not a man that is homered against Chris Volstad.
That's Batista's line the last time that he faced the Fish through 97 pitches. Career win number 100. That was against Clay Hensley, the night Clay Hensley hammered the Gatorade cooler after 2 2/3 innings. Weather. Hey, it's Ronnie Paulino walking the shot. He's in the lineup. All year cooling weather, 79 degrees. Rain is possible, and the moon phase is the ever popular waxing gibbous.
Now you're really going out on the limb saying that rain is possible.
Well, actually, it's happening right now, so that possible is in fact. Now we get into the Mets order. In this fashion, Warren Henry brings you the starting lineups. Jose Reyes is at shortstop. Justin Turner's at second. Lucas Duda's in right. David Wright's at third. Angel Pagan in center field. Willie Harris in left. Nick Evans has been swinging a hot bat. There's Ronnie Paulino in the 8th spot, and Batista hits 9th.
Well, there is a look at Chris Volstad. Since his return, it's a little deceptive. He's 0-4, the ERA over 5. Had a couple of moments where he has not thrown well, but overall, I think he's thrown the ball a little bit better than he did prior to going down for 3 starts in the minor league. So Chris Volstad needs to, I think, work at a good pace. That's always good for him. Keep that 2-seamer down. Get some ground balls. Let the defense work behind him. And we talked about his career, 1-3 with a 3.40 ERA in his career against the Mets. Take a look at the defense, brought to you by Warren Henry. Morrison, Cameron, and Brian Peterson. Dobbs and Bonifacio, Infante and Gabby Sanchez. And Brett Hayes with the start in this one tonight. Omar Infante, by the way, a .992 fielding percentage. At second base, he's made just 5 errors.
Jack McKeon, happy last night. A 3-game win streak for the Fish. It's been a long time since the Marlins had done that. And they get a chance to win 4 in a row tonight. The Mets and the Marlins, for that matter, want to make sure that there's a good track to run on if you're Emilio Bonifacio or you're Jose Reyes. So the grounds crew paying close attention to that spot by first base. And here is Jose Reyes. Nice job by the grounds crew, by the way, to get the tarp on during the rain, get it off, get the field ready, and here we go. Reyes takes a sinker for a strike. Dana DeMuth, the crew chief, calling balls and strikes. Kerwin Danley, Phil Nauertz, and Doug Eddings, the umpires tonight. In the rain in South Florida, and there's a super sinker from Volstad. The bottom fell out of that one. He changed speeds on him, 85 miles an hour.
That's a good pitch to see Chris incorporate as well.
1 hour and 14-minute rain delay. Down goes Reyes.
Another good changeup.
Tonight is Tuesday, and you know what that means, Tommy?
I do.
It's one of the final Email Tuesdays in this place.
Only 3 more. A couple of those on the road, but only 3 more Email Tuesdays.
Yeah, there you go. So go to FoxSportsFlorida.com, click on Game Connect, and then ask the broadcast on the left. Fill out the little box, send it away, and we'll get to as many as we can. Or you can follow us on Twitter as well at FS Marlins. The crack staff will sift through the emails, send them magically to the booth, and we will try to answer them. And Cliff Floyd will be here. So if you have any Cliff Floyd questions, send those along as well. This would be Justin Turner. That's a breaking ball from Chris Volstad that was outside. We've seen Turner throughout the year. Up the middle. Bonifacio, not quite in time. Terrific play, though. one that got by the mound. Volstad, I'm not sure if he didn't see that off the bat cleanly, but it was by him and up the middle before he could react.
Well, he falls off a little bit, not a whole lot. When you're 6'8", you have a long way to go down to get a ground ball. I didn't think there was any chance at all for Bonifacio. He got to the ball and made it a close play at first base.
So an infield single for Turner. Now Lucas Duda with David Wright behind him. Duda last night was 0 for 4. The Marlins beat the Mets 9-5 last night. 15 hits for the Fish. The Mets banged out 10 hits. Volstad misses away. In Chris's start against the Mets, it was against Chris Capuano, whom the Marlins beat last night. The guys that did the damage, David Wright with a couple of doubles. Duda lined out twice and walked against Volstad. He really has a lot of movement both on his fastball and his changeup.
Yeah, and in good location. The two changeups were in a good spot. That fastball there to Duda, that's where you have to pitch him. Take away his power if you pitch him there.
Jose Reyes had a couple of hits in that ball game, and that was the game that Jason Bay came out of his shell and had 3 hits. Here's a 1-1. That's smacked in the gap in the left center field. It'll scoot into the alley. Cameron cuts it off. Turner arrives at third, and big Lucas Duda follows up Justin Turner's hit with one of his own. And the Mets are in business, and here comes one of their hottest hitters in David Wright.
You know, you take away Duda's power with the pitch here, but he's impressive with a solid swing. Doesn't try to pull this pitch. It was up a little bit more than the pitch before, but still he hammered it well the other way.
I think the Mets have to like what they've seen so far from Lucas Duda. Big player, young player out of USC. Now Wright. The doubles that Wright hit against Volstad were home runs in a lot of ballparks. He was 2 for 3 that night, and he has continued to hit since then. As a matter of fact, so much so that the National League has recognized his efforts, and he'll get some fine parting gifts for being the National League Player of the Week. He had 508 games. And he carries with him a 9-game hit streak to the plate. Third career Player of the Week award. Don't you get like a watch or something, or a gift certificate at
I think, as you said, fine parting gifts.
Barnes and Noble or something? I think for Player of the Month you actually get a watch.
Missed with a couple of fastballs in, and then spun the breaking ball up there to get strike 1.
Late start here. An 8:20 start. Volstad goes 3-1 on David Wright.
This isn't the only place with rain. They have a delay in New York, the Orioles and Yankees. They have a delay in Philadelphia, the Braves and Phillies.
Wright hits a high fly foul ball out of play. And it's 3-2. Angel Pagan on deck. A light rain has been falling ever since the start. In fact, it never really stopped raining. The grounds crew came out, got the tarp off, got the field ready with a drizzle going. Lucas Duda has 1 stolen base. But Terry Collins has shown that he's aggressive. He's got a hot hitter at the plate in David Wright, so you never know if Duda might just be on the move.
Keep in mind, a slow track.
Not running, and it's a good thing for the Mets because Wright strikes out.
Good job of tying David Wright up. You'd have to crowd him just like this. And Chris runs that 2-seamer under his hands. and gets Wright on the strikeout. That's a perfect pitch.
That's a pitch that Wright took earlier in the at-bat for a ball, as you can see on Toyota Fox Tracks. Obviously tougher to take that pitch with 2 strikes. So the Mets still have runners at the corners. Angel Pagan climbs in. Pagan was 2 for 4 last night, including a 9th inning triple. In the air, Bonifacio behind Dobbs calls him off and makes the catch. Nice job by Chris Volstad to pitch out of a 1st and 3rd and 1 out spot. Bottom of the 1st coming up.
de Florida.
Fans have had to endure a rain delay of an hour and 15 minutes or so, but they get to see the Marlins come to the plate in this orderly fashion. Brought to you by Warren Henry. Emilio Bonifacio is red hot right now. Omar Infante behind him. Greg Dobbs at 3rd. Gabby Sanchez, big night last night. Logan Morrison as well. Mike Cameron's been swinging the bat well. So is Brian Peterson. Brett Hayes gets a start behind the plate. And Chris Volstad hits 9th. And you're looking at Miguel Batista.
The 40-year-old journeyman, as we refer to Batista as. He's pitched for a number of ball clubs. He's been up and down. He was released by St. Louis earlier this year in June. Went to AAA with the Mets. And they needed a starter with Jonathan Neese on the DL. Here he is.
Bonifacio's bunt skitters down the 3rd base line and rolls foul. Let's scout Miguel Batista.
And it is brought to you by Metro PCS. He has a basic 4 pitches, 9 games as a Marlin. Way back when, 1996. And he is a weather veteran. Is that different than a journeyman?
Well, yeah, but here's one thing for you. How many journeymen win 100 games in the big leagues?
Yeah, that's true.
He's had a nice long career. Any guy that's been in the big leagues that long has had to do something right along the way.
He's kept himself healthy. Been on the disabled list a couple of times, but that's been a while ago.
Would you call David Weathers a weathered veteran?
He's a weathered veteran.
Bonifacio, the 2-1 coming, swing and a miss. Emilio, an 8-game hit streak, 3 last night. And Bonifacio up to 292, so 300 is within shouting distance now as we come down to the last 3 weeks of the season. A double, a single, a 2-run single last night. And down he goes. Swung through a fastball. Batista has a strikeout, and Tommy has the defense.
Yeah, there it is, brought to you by Warren Henry. Willie Harris starting this one tonight in left. Pagan and Duda. Wright and Reyes, you've seen them before. Justin Turner, Nick Evans. And you've seen the man behind the plate before, Ronnie Paulino. It was Josh Tolle who caught Batista in the game he pitched at Citi Field. So tonight, Paulino's been nursing a broken big toe. He's in there.
Omar Infante. If you follow the Fish or if you follow the Mets, you know that Infante's numbers against the Mets in his career are just ridiculous as a Brave and as a Marlin. He fouls that one back. In his career against the Mets, there you go, 351 average. 61 games, so that's
a good sample size.
As you like to say, that's a big sample size.
Yeah, it is.
Against Batista, he's 2 for 7. Batista fires in a strike.
Yep.
Counts 1 and 2.
Batista had a season back in 07 when he was with the Mariners. He was 16 and 11. So a 16-game winner as a 36-year-old.
And a breaking ball finishes off Infante, and he has opened this game with a pair of strikeouts.
He has shown a good sinking fastball, and now he shows a slider, a breaking ball, gets Infante to chase it.
Greg Dobbs stands in now. Dobbs getting the start at third base with Batista on the mound. Tomorrow night, it sounds as if Matt Dominguez will make his first Marlins start. It's an interesting matchup.
Yeah, he'll get the knuckleball.
Yeah, for a rookie to get the start against R.A. Dickey. Now, it might not be his big league debut if he gets into the game tonight. Jack didn't want to throw him in there because he just got here this morning. Didn't sleep much last night. Jack said in his experience, you get the young kids in there as soon as you can, but if they don't have a lot of sleep and they've never been up before, he usually gives them a day to look around and see what's what. 1-1 pitch misses outside.
You mentioned you saw his parents or talked to his parents are here.
I talked to Matt, and he said his parents have flown out from California. Southern California guy. 2-1 pitch. Dobbs sprays it foul. Dobbs did not get the start last night. It was Jose Lopez at third, and he had a big night. He was 3 for 4. There's a look at Dominguez. Somehow I think that number 54 will turn into something else if he sticks in the big leagues.
Unless he has a whole lot of success and is superstitious. We saw a lot of Matt, of course, in spring training. I play a lot.
Three-two coming. Dobbs lifts it in the air to left center field. And there to make the catch is Willie Harris. Miguel Batista, a fairly clean first inning. A lot of high definition at H. Gray. Chris Volstad in high definition against Willie Harris, Nick Evans, and Ronnie Paulino. Second inning, scoreless. Marlins Mets. This would be Harris. And Willie bounces one down the first baseline. Gabby Sanchez steps on the bag. Out number one. Here comes the ceremonial first email, Tommy. And this is from Paula in Delray Beach. We are a group of people in Tommy's age group, and we are Marlins fans. Some of us go to Tampa to see baseball due to weather conditions. We'd like to know at the new ballpark, so we know that the weather will be suitable. We cannot sit in the heat. Would it be possible to post 4 hours for game time as to the position of the roof so that people have time to travel, eat dinner, enjoy the Marlins game? That would be fan-friendly, so more people would be able to attend the games.
That's a great question. Paula, right?
Yes.
And I think from what we have discussed with David Sampson and Claude Delorme, 75–80% of the time that roof's going to be closed. And I think once the weather warms up and you're going to have those consistent hot, humid days, it's going to be closed. So I think you just plan on that. It's going to be comfortable. I would say early in April, May, we'll see some nights with the roof open. But after that, I would venture to say for the most part it'll be closed.
Air conditioned.
Yeah.
And a lot of the ballparks that have retractable roofs, Paula, actually do post on their website and on iPad and iPhone apps whether they are going to have the roof open or closed. So there you go. Ronnie Paulino. He taps one down the third baseline, foul. Paulino, of course, a former Marlin. Suspended last year, 50 games for use of performance-enhancing drugs. The Mets signed him. He is playing with a sore toe. It was broken. Probably healed by now, but still doesn't feel all that good.
One of those things you really can't cast. You know, you break that toe, you just kind of let it go for a while. Probably not going to take too much away from Ronnie's speed.
Break the toe.
Good slider, by the way, there.
And let it go. Tyler in Florida. Will the Marlins call up Chris Coghlan? We just saw Matt Dominguez in the dugout. And if so, will he be a starter? There's a pop-up in the shallow right. Gabby's out there, and Fonte's there, and he makes the catch. We'll answer that question and dive back into the emails and tweets when we return.
Twitter Tuesday. We're keeping a close eye tonight on Game Connect, where really the baseball game meets the social media world. It's on FoxSportsFlorida.com. Click on Game Connect, and there you can gauge who's creating the biggest buzz on social media between the Mets and the Marlins. Lately, it's been David Wright, since he was announced as the National League Player of the Week. A lot of people have been tweeting about him, so he's topping the social buzz meter right now. Yesterday it was JJ and Ike Davis, so a lot of tweets going out about David Wright tonight, and I was checking in on some of your tweets on @FS Marlins. I wanted to know what you guys did during the rain delay. A couple people said they watched Inside the Marlins, Gabby Sanchez, which is good to hear. One person did it while working on the treadmill, so good way to double multitask there. And a good question I found here on Twitter. We've all been talking about the new ballpark so much. Somebody wants to know, what is the number one thing you'll miss about the current one? Guys, I want to know your response, but I have to say probably the only thing I'm going to miss about Sun Life Stadium is the location, because I think it's closer for all of us to where we live. Is there anything you guys will miss about the ballpark here?
First of all, Rich, I have to compliment Allison on her social media vocabulary. I mean, she throws phrases and words out there that, I have to really listen to.
I did hear that tweet was just added to the dictionary.
Yes, it was. It was.
Yes.
So what will we miss about this place? I miss the memories of those 2 years. I'll miss not battling traffic when you leave a game.
You selfish. Here's what I will miss. I will miss some of the people that work here. Because
I think we'll see a lot of those people, but I think you're right. I think we may not.
Because some of them are stadium employees.
Mm-hmm.
They're always very nice to us, very kind to us. We see them every day, talk to them. So, I won't miss an awful lot about this place, but that's one of the things that I will miss. Nice traffic remark there. Fastball at the knees. Gabby Sanchez is rung up. Is this Miguel Batista or Johan Santana out there tonight? Man, he's
throwing well.
Yeah, he is. He struck out 3 of the 4 he's faced. Speaking of the new Marlins ballpark, the sales headquarters is a luxurious new facility, and it provides fans the opportunity to explore an actual ballpark suite. And if you're not into a suite, hey, you can get a view from any seat in the ballpark in the 3D seat view. 1-877-411-2012. You can make an appointment or go to marlins.com/new ballpark. Logan Morrison takes outside. David Sampson joined Jeff Conine and Craig Minervini during the rain delay and talked about the new ballpark. All the seats are now installed. Talked about some of the events they will have leading up to the Yankees exhibition games, maybe a high school game or two where they have 5,000 people in, a college game where they go to 10 or 15,000 and ramp up from there. And he also said that there's a very good chance that Fan Fest will be held in the new ballpark. How cool would that be?
That would be outstanding.
Lomo at the plate, the 1-1 coming. Squirts that one down the third base line, right corrals it, and just throws him out.
Now, I want Allison to listen to this, too, because not everyone is into the social media, and we still get letters. And you and I got one from a wonderful, wonderful woman. She said, I would use a computer to get in touch with you and Rich, but I really don't know how to work it. I'm 82 years old and a Marlins fan. I know what will keep bugs away while the guys are batting. Remember we had a game the other night and there were bugs all around the players? Just get some fresh rosemary and rub it on their face and neck. You not only keep the bugs away, but the guys will smell great. This is an old granny remedy, and I'm an old granny. Dorothy Colburn. Thanks, Dorothy.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Can you just imagine Mike Cameron standing in and Ronnie Paulino looking up and saying, is that rosemary I smell? Is that Calvin Klein or is that rosemary? And Mike would say, you see any bugs around?
So we appreciate the letters as well.
We have a lot of emails about the Hunter Pence play the other day, which turned into night. It was such a long ball game, a 14-inning game. Cameron's not real happy with that call. But it was right at the knees, according to Fox Tracks.
lot of that had to do, a lot of the reaction of the fan had to do with the way Ronnie Paulino caught that ball, too.
Off the end of the bat, Cameron lifts it into shallow left center. Harris and Pagan, and it's Harris who makes the catch, and Miguel Batista is perfect through 2. To all you fans out there, either wet or dry, this copyrighted telecast presented by the authority of the Marlins may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. Accounts descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Fish. That's a strike on a Chris Volstad fastball. To Miguel Batista himself, who leads it off in the third with Jose Reyes and Justin Turner to follow. Rich Waltz, Tommy Hutton, and we've got emails to answer. And as I noted the other day, which turned in tonight, the 14-inning game, that 6th-inning controversy on the Hunter Pence ball that Brian Peterson leapt for was interfered with. Joe West and the crew reviewed and called Pence out. Some follow-up questions from the fans. Jim and Davey, I have a question. What happened in that game against Philadelphia? I thought when a fan touches a ball in play or reaches into the field of play and interferes with a play or player, isn't that fan escorted from the stadium? And I believe that the 2 fans that did interfere were actually escorted from the stadium. They were taken to the Dade-Broward County line and told to go home, I guess. Infante flips it to first in time to get the out. Here's another question.
Go ahead and read the question as we get a chance to see that play again with
Mike from Coral Springs, and it's an interesting one about this play. What if it was a Florida fan that had interfered with the home run?
It shouldn't make a difference.
Would that still have benefited the Marlins and been unfair to the Phillies? Or if it was flipped, if it happened in Philadelphia and a Philadelphia fan did it, or in Atlanta and an Atlanta fan did it, as this fan is asking if it happened in Florida and a Florida fan did it.
Yeah, I think the bottom line, it shouldn't make any difference.
Rule's a rule.
A rule's a rule.
Justin Turner's up. Volstad misses in. Both pitchers have been economical here.
You realize, Rich, the Mets, all the games they've played against the Marlins in this ballpark are 72 and 72. Mets and Marlins.
Cliff Floyd is going to join us
He's
in
been
a little bit.
Been a part of a lot of those.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's where I'm headed. Our Toyota Trend is right where you were, 72 and 72. Lucas Duda singled back in the first. And Volstad misses down low with a changeup. Michael in Fort Lauderdale. I'm from Miami. Grew up with the Miami Marlins. The ground that they built the new ballpark on is Holland Sports Ground. Super Bowls, national championships, Miami high school home games. Well, the Marlins pay homage to what has happened there. And we will tell you in a minute. Scoreless. To know if the new ballpark would pay homage to all the great events that used to occur and all the terrific history of the Orange Bowl. And Allison Williams has more on that. Allie?
Yes, they certainly will pay tribute to all the great sporting events that took place at the Orange Bowl, the Super Bowls and the national championships. And what they're doing, it's in the form of a really neat art sculpture that they will have outside the stadium. It will say Miami Orange Bowl, the big orange letters, a similar font to what they had on the actual stadium. And they will be scattered throughout the plaza there, some slanted, some tilted in different directions. So it looks like they were kind of scattered and fell there. And it will say Miami Orange Bowl. So a nice and kind of unique tribute to the site of so many great memorable moments in South Florida sports history. Guys,
anytime we need to know something about University of Miami stuff, we go to Allison Williams. Brian Peterson smacks it up the middle. We just had a Brian Peterson email across the boards. It's from Ricky in Miami. I like Brian Peterson, says Ricky. Will he be a starter or just a fourth outfielder?
Good question. I think he's going to get a good look because he's had the opportunity, and since he's come up, he has just swung the bat well and played well all around. That's a 6-game hitting streak for him now with that base hit. He's shown patience at the plate. He has played very good defense. He can play all 3 outfield spots. He's stolen bases. I think certainly in the picture for the ball club next year.
Richard Tommy, this is from Jan in the Swiss Alps. Give me a break. It'd be nice though to be in the Swiss Alps watching a game on the computer. Anyways, when calling a game live, do you look at the field or do you look at a monitor or television set in the booth?
I think myself, and I think it varies with play-by-play, which I had a chance to do a couple of games this weekend. But doing the analysis, which is what I do, I'll look at the field. And then when a play takes place, if we want to get a good look at a replay, then I'll focus on the monitor. But I try to look at the entire field to see where guys are playing, and then look at the monitor more on a replay.
As a play-by-play announcer, it helps. You always want to, when you're doing a game on television, we got a monitor here, and Tommy has monitors over there as well.
A couple of them here.
You always try to see the field through the monitor, because you don't want to talk about something that's not on the monitor, because it drives people crazy if you say, man, you should see what's going on in left field right now, and you're seeing the shortstop or you're seeing the center fielder. So you always try to see the game with the monitor in your sight as well. Now, on pitches, I like to watch pitches on the monitor.
Yeah.
Kind of with my face or head this way so I can see that. If I see the ball leave the bat, then I can switch to the field. But this way, we get the same view that you do at home in terms of it's easier to tell breaking ball, slider, changeup, fastball, location, all of those things. Now, on a bunt play, that's pretty easy. You just watch it from up here because you know that the hitter isn't going to swing and hit a deep fly ball. And usually not a whole lot of crazy stuff goes on.
And you can keep your eye on the infield to see who's moving, who's charging well.
Because sometimes in some locations, Washington is a good example, Pittsburgh is another.
Actually, you bring up a good point. I think both of us in those two cities watch the monitor a little more than the field because we're up so high.
And it also depends on what sport you're doing. Here's a 2-0 pitch. Volstad pulls the bat back, and it's up. It's 3-0. When you do football and you're up in a press box, you're a long ways away from the field. Sometimes during the course of a play, you switch from watching the play on the field to the monitor, especially if you've got the high-def monitors, because you can actually see better on the monitor than you can looking down from the press box. So there you go. Anyways, Volstad walks. He trots to first. Peterson's now at second. We check in with Craig Minervini.
Hey, thank you very much, Rich. Talk with Mike Stanton today, who is making his return. He hopes from that right hamstring injury. He hopes, he told me, in a couple of days. Kind of eyeing toward the weekend. But here's the good news. He took batting practice today, and swinging-wise, no problem. So he said, hey, I'm pinch hit ready here tonight. Unfortunately, though, he said running, especially the long running coming out of the box, that's difficult. One thing he can't do anymore with that right hamstring injury right now is punt like he did in high school, as Frank Ford featured in the Inside the Marlins. Can you believe that punt? It went literally out of camera range, and Mike was telling me that he was right down to many competitions with the top punter in the nation in high school. He would battle him out and actually beat him in some of the competitions, and that guy is now the head punter at Cal. Mike said, I might be able to punt left-footed, or maybe even for the Dolphins if they need a punter. With a big smile. But he expects to be back, he hopes, this weekend, perhaps as early as Friday.
He was Ray Guy-like in that,
he was.
that photo there.
That follow-through is unbelievable.
We said that to him, and he looked at us like, who's Ray Guy?
Yeah, who's Ray Guy?
Geez, how he must have known who Ray Guy is.
No, he really didn't. He had no idea.
Being an L.A. guy.
I know.
Ray
with
Guy
the Raiders.
for the L.A. Raiders when they were in L.A. for a little bit.
L.A. and Oakland.
You know, maybe more along the lines of a Reggie Roby. But then he would have had to follow the Dolphins.
Yes.
To know that. The amazing thing is that Miguel Batista had been throwing so well, could not throw a strike to a 6'8" batter, Chris Volstad, who was trying to bunt. He threw in 4 fastballs, and they were all out of the zone.
We have an early contestant for the angry email. Bonifacio fussing at the plate.
No, it's really not early, though, because this game started an hour and 14 minutes late.
It's from Andres, who saw the first 2 moments of our top 10 moments in Marlins history. Bonifacio fouls it back to the screen. And if you were with us earlier, we recapped where we've already been. We will unveil number 8 later on in the telecast. Number 10 was the Anibal Sanchez no-hitter. Number 9 was Cody Ross's walk-off shot against Francisco Cordero. And Andres wants to know, I'm sorry, how is a Cody Ross walk-off better than a no-hitter? 1-2. Bonifacio slices it into left field. That's a base hit. Peterson will stop at third. Volstad at second. And the Marlins have them loaded up for Omar Infante.
And Bonifacio continues his hit streak. 9 games now for Emilio. And back in that groove. You mentioned it last night, Rich, talking about how he had a little spell, a little week and a half, 2 weeks. We kind of gotten out of the way we saw him when he was on fire, and he's right back in that groove.
We asked the crack staff that question for you, Andres, and one of the criteria was moment and crowd. The night Cody walked off on Cowbell night, there were 35,000 in the place. It was electric in here, and we remember that night so well. Infante digs in, and Batista's first pitch is taken ball 1. When Anibal Sanchez threw his no-hitter, and again, this is the crack staff's criteria, there weren't that many people in the place. It was a great moment.
And it's more of a rising moment. I mean, you have to wait till the completion, after the final out in the 9th inning.
Josh Willingham made that great diving catch. Dan Ugla made a couple of terrific plays, including a double play late in that game. And Fonte pops it up. Paulino back to the screen. Out of reach.
It was a frustrated Omar Infante the other day in that 14-inning game. He had a shot up there, and I remember talking about it at the time, that he would be the guy that you would want up there, and he popped up with the bases loaded, less than 2 out. So, again, he has that situation. The key for him is to swing at a strike, and where he gets a little out of whack in this situation is because he does go out of the strike zone a little more often than others.
Infante sends that one into left. In comes Harris. Tagging is Peterson. He bluffs. And the throw probably would have had him. So not deep enough. And it's up to Dobbs if the Marlins are going to squeeze anything out of the bottom of the third.
Boy, these are those frustrating situations where you can get to a pitcher early. You can add on. And not deep enough. Peterson has good speed, but you see the throw right there from Harris right to the cutoff man, David Wright. So now you have to hope for a 2-out base hit from Greg Dobbs.
Dobbs flied to left. The bags are certainly full. And if Dobbs can knock one in the gap, he could drive in all 3 because you've got not only terrific speed with Bonifacio at first, but Nick Evans is playing very deep at first, so Bonifacio has a great lead. Batista gets a strike, and it's 0-1.
Bonifacio has been on base 7 of his last 9 ABs.
Batista throwing hard, 94 miles an hour. And it's 0-2. Fan wants to know if the tire in the Marlins dugout is going to make it into the new ballpark. That big giant tire that's in the room right behind the Marlins dugout.
Well, some of that is used, sometimes that tire is used for some training techniques, leg training, leg strengthening.
Matt Dominguez clearly knowing when to step into the shot. He's already learned that in the big leagues. Tire question, email Tuesday, I'm there. 0-2. It's up. We had a question as to what jersey Dominguez would be wearing in the big leagues. He saw 54. It's a number that you would expect. If he makes the team out of spring training next year, might get to select another number, but you never know. Sometimes players, they like that first big league number, they stick with it. Here's the 1-2. You know, Allison talked about the salute to the Orange Bowl, and here's the mock-up of that in the new ballpark. The Miami Orange Bowl letters will be there around the plaza area. Those are not the actual letters, and that is not the actual plaza, but that's just a mock-up. The 1-2. Doesn't look like the Marlins are going to get any of these runs home. Reyes makes the catch. So what do you do now? You call on Cliff Floyd to join the telecast, and he will shortly. In this stadium, we're bringing back some of the guys that made some of the great memories. And one of those, Cliff Floyd. Look at all the home runs. Look at the pie. Look at the memories. How about that? And he joins us now. Look, he can run, too.
Those were the days.
How are you, Cliff?
Good. What's going on?
Thanks for coming up.
Yeah, good to see you. It's good to be back, and I was at home with the kids, and it's been fun, being at home and trying to get acclimated with being with the little ones and stuff. And I'm trying to figure out what cereal they like. They're like, Dad, I don't like Captain Crunch.
You like Captain Crunch?
Yeah, I do. Right? So it's good being at home and having the kids, around.
And you do a little radio work too, right?
Yeah, did a little radio work, and I was trying to figure out what I want to do next. I didn't know. I got into it, and I thought, let me see what that side is like. And I'll tell you what, I tell all the guys that, I talk to, it's a tough gig. It's tough to try to stay in the game. And what I've learned is fun for me now, because now it keeps me in the game. It keeps me going, it keeps me watching TV and stuff like that. So I'm very in tune with it, and I like it a lot. And I like, the only thing I don't like is, when I got to crush a guy and then I see him next week and go, hey, buddy, what's up? But everything else is cool.
You do a nice job. We listen to you on the weekends. David
Yeah.
Wright rolls it, and Greg Dobbs fires across the diamond in time. There's a lot of history in this ballpark between the Mets and the Marlins, and you're involved on both sides of the diamond, aren't you?
Yeah, you know what? And the big thing for me was, coming back home, coming back to the place that, it all started. Well, it didn't all start here. I started in Montreal, but coming here, I felt like this was home. I lived here. I make my home here. Now that I'm retired, and when I was playing. And it was tough to see your fans and see your peers across the way, playing against them. But I learned one thing is, no matter what, playing in that city of New York, it's a tough place to play. It's a tough place to play. I learned that here. I enjoy myself a lot. The fans are great. I don't even remember getting booed once. But as soon as I got to New York,
yeah, I don't think you were booed here.
I knew how to spell boo.
Angel Pagan takes a strike.
Hey, we had a tweet from a fan, Kevin, wanted to know favorite Met teammate when you were with New York.
Oh man, I had a few, but David Wright was my boy. We had a blast, and I think one thing that I take from my experience in New York is we had a bunch of guys, Jose Reyes, David Wright, Ramon Castro was still playing with the Chicago White Sox. That to me was these guys learning how to play the game the right way, understanding what it's going to take to go out there on that field. Unfortunately, Reyes has been hurt a little bit. David Wright's been hurt a little bit now, but they learned the right way, to come out, coming out of the chute and being rookie, being young, and trying to play in New York City. So that's one thing I enjoy the most. Besides, we didn't win the World Series. I learned a lot playing in New York, but teaching the young guys how to play the game the right way is what I've learned when I got to the league in the 90s, and I think they're doing a good job of keeping that going.
Omar Infante, who has been terrific defensively throughout this year, makes a great play there. It's trivia time. AT&T trivia time. Since Cliff is part of the broadcast team now, he's allowed to throw in his guess here. Who is the Marlins record holder for stolen base percentage in a season?
I would have to say it's either Juan Pierre or Castillo.
See, Juan Pierre would be, I don't know about stolen base percentage. I might go with Castillo.
Castillo, huh?
Yeah.
I would go with Castillo.
Let me ask the crack staff this. Is there a minimum amount of stolen base attempts necessary? Diving stop by Gabby, flip to Volstad in time.
There you go, Gabby.
Cliff, what was your stolen base percentage as a Marlin?
It was pretty good. I would say it was upper 70s.
Ah, well,
I would say it was around there.
All right, so I'm going to go Cliff Floyd. We'll find out when we get back. Light FPL is working to make its system stronger, smarter, cleaner, and even more efficient. By Metro PCS. Android phones now available at Metro PCS. Plus, you get unlimited nationwide service for just $50 a month. Metro PCS Wireless for All. And by El Dorado. Shop online. Visit ElDoradoFurniture.com. Back in Miami, it's a scoreless ballgame in the bottom of the fourth. Rich Waltz along with Cliff Floyd and Tommy Hutton. Now, the trivia question was, who holds in a season the Marlins' highest stolen base percentage? My vote, I'm going with Cliff Floyd. Crack staff, yes, no, thumbs.
Uh-oh. Whoa.
Oh.
Wow, nobody would have guessed that. Not even me. But I knew it was high, though. I knew I didn't get thrown. I knew I could steal.
You picked your spots.
Well, you know what I did, Tommy? I stole on Mike Piazza a lot. What? Nothing against Mike. I love him to death.
Hey, he lives down here.
Yeah, I see him.
Okay.
I saw him a couple months ago. His kid, his baby girl had a birthday party and went over. But I mean, you had to choose guys, that you're gonna steal the base successfully, and that's what I tried to do. I mean, I wasn't out there trying to steal base like Castillo was steal the base against anybody, And me, I had to pick my spots.
Juan Pierre, he'd run against anybody.
A lot of these guys. Well, I had to pick and choose, and I stole 20-some bases, but I guarantee I stole them against guys who I knew was going to, not get it there.
Cliff, how about memories as a Marlin, and maybe even more particular here in this ballpark?
Well, I look back and what we did in '97 was very special, and that was an opportunity. Even though I didn't get a chance to play, I learned a ton from that team. We had a great bunch of guys. Alex Fernandez. I learned a lot from Jeff Conine, Bobby Bolt, Chef. Devon White. These guys were unbelievable, and their approach is what I took from that season. How they approached the game, what they did to get themselves prepared for the game, and to me that was something that I could build my career under, and that was a memory that you can never take away. When you come back to the stadium, you have the fond memories of winning that World Series in '97.
Yep. All right, let's officially answer the trivia question and anoint Cliff Floyd the stolen base king in Florida Marlin history. AT&T trivia question. And the answer is, there he is, 88.9%.
Ricky ain't got nothing.
Look at the old-fashioned pop-up slide.
Pop-up slide.
Don't see that much anymore.
Man, I'm telling you, look, probably hurt myself right there knowing me. But, man, that was the one thing that I could not get over when I was here. It was so hot, and we were trying. We were so young, and looking back, the guys we had. I mean, look at our teams. We had Josh Beckett, we had A.J. Burnett, we had Derek Lee, we had Alex Gonzalez, and the list goes on. And we were trying to understand what it took to play down here in South Florida. It's hot, it's muggy. You had to have, you have to have a lot of liquids in you, and it took a while to understand. And I think it must continue with the guys here. I mean, it's going to do wonders, I think, for this team moving to a new stadium next year.
That's right. That'll
definitely change and allow these guys to maybe heal better, play, feel better, their bodies and things like that. And as the summer go on, you won't see them break down as much when it gets late.
I think pitchers especially talk about making a start in this heat and humidity.
Yeah, 100%. I think those are the guys that struggle the most. We can go in AC and relax, but the pitchers have to be mentally prepared not only to get guys out, but to prepare for this, the muggy nights, the rain, the rainy season and stuff like that. And, you feel for them because they're out there battling, and you try to make it as easy as possible. Errors are part of the game.
That one hits Gabby in the back. Morrison is out at first, and that's going to be an error on Nick Evans.
Yeah.
It looked like it was going to be a 3-6 double play. Morrison hit it well.
I don't think Nick had a good grip on the ball when he threw it.
It's a tough play for a guy who hasn't played a whole lot of first base. Because Evan does the right thing to get the out because he's so close to first, but he doesn't give himself an angle. He didn't step inside or outside, and Gabby stayed right in the line. And once he saw that ball, good job by Gabby to pick up the ball and get over the third.
It was almost something that he couldn't do. It's like, when I play first base, the one thing you worked on every day is trying to get that good angle to make those throws. Every day you make those throws a second because that's one of the toughest, that's one of the things you don't do a lot of at first base. So that play, I think the right play was Gabby running the baseline and doing what he's supposed to do.
Here's now Mike Cameron. Now, I had a chance to spend 4 years around Mike Cameron when he was in Seattle. You and Mike Cameron, I'm sure, have crossed paths before.
Yeah, played with him in New York, and what a great guy, what a great talent. I think the biggest thing that everybody around the game knows about Mike Cameron, even you guys, is he's a huge presence in the locker room. He keeps the guys going, no matter the tough times or not. This is about as tough as it can be, fan-wise, and the play not being up to par as they expect. But to have a guy like Mike Cameron in the locker room, I think, is definitely huge for this type of team.
First thing I learned about Mike Cameron when he arrived in Seattle coming over from Cincinnati is his immense knowledge of the history of the game. There are players, and we joke about it, who don't know guys that played in the 60s or 70s, let alone the 50s or the 40s.
Right.
Mike Cameron, very much aware of baseball history, who holds what record, what players did in the 50s, 60s, 70s.
He's a baseball player.
Yes.
I mean, he understands the game. He knows the game. He's very knowledgeable about things that go on. I'm like, Mike, how do you know that stuff, man? You just don't. That's just something you just don't know. You have to do your background checks. You have to actually study it. And he's one of those guys that studies the game. He knows the game. He loves it. I remember asking him, like, how long are you gonna play? And he said, listen, they're going to have to rip this thing off of me. He keeps himself in great shape, but his knowledge of the game and knowing the history, to me, that's huge because you always want to know where the game evolved and how it started.
He's kind of like, to some of the young players on the Marlins, he's kind of like you were talking about your year in '97,
right,
with some of those guys with the Marlins.
And I think it's huge. I think a lot of people talk about it sometimes being overlooked, something that's not really necessary. Me personally, I think it's necessary when you have a young team that's very talented. Because I think that when you have talented guys, you can actually lose those guys to thinking they know so much about the game and really, it takes time to understand this game because you're going to run into some roadblocks that you're not going to be able to get through. But you can have guys like Mike Cameron, and I won't say myself, but the guys you look around the league, Eric Hiskey, they love him in Atlanta. Those were guys that you, in my opinion, have to have. They have to be on your roster because they allow you to let the manager does his job, and then you don't have to police the locker room. You have your guys that you can count on to do those things.
I think it's one of the toughest things for a general manager to do with a young and upcoming team is sprinkle in the right amount of veteran players.
Yes,
it's been a challenge, quite honestly, for the Marlins over the last year or two.
Well, I think the big thing with that is when you look at the veteran players, I think you look at the guys who like to have the veteran players. Jack McKeon is probably a guy old school. He likes to have the veteran players on his team. Dusty Baker likes to have the veteran guys. The veteran guys is gone. You have the utility guys now. The guys can play 3 positions. The guys that can fill in here, fill in at third base, can play the outfield and things like that. So the veteran guys that we was accustomed to coming up in the game is now gone.
Yeah, well, and a lot
not gone, but they.
And if you can find a veteran player who plays every day, his stature in the locker room, I would expect, is a lot more than a utility guy is.
Right, 100%. And you look at guys across the league. You don't pretty much have a veteran guy in the league. I mean, Lance Berkman, you thought was going to be a guy was just going to be a fill-in, but wow, who could have thought that, right? But to me, I feel like when you have a younger team, it's very important. I look at a team like the Tampa Bay Rays. They're probably missing that veteran presence. Even though Johnny Damon is now there, I think has helped a ton, and they're playing better. Last year, they lacked that veteran guy. This year they have Johnny Damon. They're missing Manny Ramirez, of course. But I think having somebody on your team with a young team that's still growing is definitely needed in terms of having a veteran.
Brian Peterson takes a fastball that misses away. You got Peterson with Hayes on deck. 1 out, scoreless ball game. And the ancient Miguel Batista.
He's still pitching.
You had to cross paths with him somewhere.
Listen, if I didn't, that's something wrong with me.
Well, maybe in Montreal you.
Oh, yeah. I was with him in Montreal and New York. Probably somewhere else. I'm probably missing. But you know what about him? He always kept himself in great shape, always working. And I think those are the guys that have longevity in the game.
Javi Vasquez, another one.
Stays in the game.
Yeah.
They just stay in the game because they keep themselves at least healthy. And that's the name of the game. If you can stay healthy and stay out there on that field between the lines, you give yourself a chance to play as long as you want.
You take care of Javier up in Montreal?
Yeah, good man.
Yeah.
Good man.
Great man.
You know what, Javi was great talent. And you know what he had that I'd never seen? He had 3 different changeups. And people go, what? I said, yeah, well, it was like 3 different knuckleballs. You look at Tim Wakefield, he has 3 different knuckles. There was 1 hard, 1 medium, and 1 little floater up there. Javi had 3 different changeups, and it was dirty. And he's been able to now just say, you know what, I'm gonna go with my strength and try to get through ball games as before. He could do anything he wanted when he wanted. So,
by the way, you said you do watch us once in a while.
Yeah.
So you hear us talk about our crack staff. Our crack staff just let me know you were 9 for 25 with a home run against Batista.
Was it?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, I didn't know that. hey, put the uniform on me, huh?
It's a big moment in the ballgame for both
Miguel
Batista and the Mets and Brett Hayes and the Marlins in a scoreless game in the bottom of the 4th with a pitcher on deck. Hayes is up and the count's 0-1. The Mets infield looking for a ground ball, and Hayes fouls that one off his foot, and the count's now 0-2.
It's a tough situation. I mean, this is type of situation in the game that you have to start coming through when your team is struggling a little bit and you're trying to get out of the rut you're in. These are the type of situations you have to come through and give yourself an opportunity. Bostad has been a guy that definitely needs some run support, and this would be a good time to give him some.
Batista's 0-2 on Hayes. He has walked 3 in this inning. Hayes fouls it back.
You remember the Marlins had an opportunity back in the 3rd with Omar Infante. Yeah. We hit the shallow fly ball to left field. Less than 2 out.
Well, I watched that game the other day, that 15-inning game. Oh my goodness.
You could have come over and helped us out now.
Well, you know what? That's the part about the game that I love. That you play that whole game, and you got bases loaded here. You got second and third. You got guys playing in the outfield end, and you hit Cameron hit a bullet to left field. Buck hit a bullet.
That might be 2. That might end the inning.
And there you go.
And Turner turns it, and Batista escapes. More with Cliff Floyd when we return to a scoreless game headed to the 5th.
Enjoying himself.
It's time now for the Keep Your Edge Spotlight, brought to you by Just for Men Mustache and Beard. So far, it's been Chris Volstad. 4 innings, 7 ground ball outs, and 3 strikeouts. He's given the Marlins the edge. You too can keep your edge with Just for Men Mustache and Beard. No need for Just for Men yet for Cliff Floyd.
No.
As he joins us in the booth. We have a variety of Cliff Floyd questions on an email and a Twitter.
I'm checking the tweets right here.
You know what happens? I got a little gray. No Just for Men. I just shaved off.
What do you got, Rich?
I got Mike in Jupiter wants to know. I remember meeting you in West Palm when you were with the Expos. Have you kept a friendship with Rondell White after all these years?
100%. I mean, he actually just moved down from Georgia. So we actually are neighbors now, and our kids are growing up together. We hang out. We just had a cookout, and hang out was like on vacation. And I think that's the big thing, is like trying to figure out how to have fun the second half, because it's tough. All you do, when you play the game is live and breathe baseball. And now you're trying to figure out how do you enjoy the second part of your life, and we're doing it by living by each other. We always told ourselves that if we get a chance to live close, we will have our families close, and that's what we did.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Got a tweet from Aldo. He's talking about his maybe his all-time favorite Marlins outfield, Cliff Floyd, Preston Wilson, and he's going to throw Mike Stanton in there now.
What a stud, huh? Yeah. I mean, I like watching him play. I love the way he plays the game. I hope he can just stay on the field and give himself an opportunity to be the guy that I think will be 600-plus home runs. And that's just from, watching him and how he approaches the game, how he's learning. But you got to stay on the field to do those type of things. And I know he will. He just have to, get it under control, get himself out there. And once he stays out there, I think he'll be out there for a long time. Because then he's going to see how well he is, how well he's doing. And he's not going to come off the field. So I'm looking forward to that.
Nick Evans to right. Peterson lines it up and makes the catch. And so Nick Evans is out number 1 in the 5th. Of course, with the countdown in this stadium, the new ballpark is a topic in. Full season ticket plans in the new Marlins ballpark available now. The Diamond Club is already sold out. Several other premium areas close to capacity. So secure your seats today. Call the new Marlins ballpark sales headquarters at 877-411-2012 or go to marlins.com/ new ballpark. Now, have you had a chance to see the new ballpark at all, Cliff?
I haven't been inside, but I've had the opportunity to see it, and I'm looking forward to opening day next year. I definitely am. I mean, I just wish I had the opportunity to play in that thing. I mean, it looks amazing, and like I said, I know the fans, I know the players are looking forward to it. I know you guys are looking forward to it.
Oh, yeah.
So it's going to be awesome. I'm looking forward to taking my son out, and my whole family actually, but my son, I think, is going to get a kick out of going to that ballpark.
That one over the head of Mike Cameron, and it
That's
bounces.
hard to do.
Yeah, bounces off the warning track and gets out of play. Ronnie Paulino cranks a double to center. Cameron showing the athletic skills. Watch the route here by Cameron. Starts back, now finds the ball, and almost had a shot at it.
Yeah, he was right on route.
Yes.
Ball was just hit too hard by Paulino.
And that's all you can do. I mean, I think, any pitcher knows that having a guy out there, listen, if he hits the ball over my outfielder's head like that, hats off to the hitter.
You would rather, as a pitcher, you talk to most pitchers, they would rather have a center fielder that plays shallow than one that plays deep.
100%. I learned that the hard way. Glavin ripped me one time, and I was like, hey, man, do you want me he said, I want you to catch the ball that's in. I learned right then in New York, and it was late in my career. Nobody never told me. He's like, listen, I would rather you catch the balls that's in between, that's over to your right, that's over to your left, than to worry about the balls over your head. And I thought, wow, I play with Pedro, I play with a lot of good pitchers.
And you're saying that's Tom Glavin.
And that's Tom Glavin telling me that, and he's throwing 82. And I'm like, you sure? He's like, yeah. So, Hall of Fame type pitcher tell you that you're going to definitely play in next time and start catching everything that you can inside.
Here's Reyes now. Remember the big at bat for Brett Hayes. This is a big one for the Mets. And Reyes. And Data DeMuth calls the outside corner. And it's 0-1.
That's the one thing I like about Chris Wilson. If he can just continue to keep that ball down and work and keep that sinker sinking, I think he has a chance to be really good. He just have to keep that ball down. And that's even a good pitch right there, because you want guys to always know that this ball is always moving. If you have me up there thinking about, that ball moving off the plate a little bit here, a little bit there, and that's when you can bust me inside and break my bat.
See what he gets 1-1.
There you go.
That same pitch. And Reyes taps it foul. The count now 1-2. He struck Reyes out on a changeup his first at bat. Reyes bounced to second in the third inning. Volstad has allowed just 3 hits. Batista has allowed just 2. Mets have Paulino at third with 2 outs. He sails a fastball high.
Wonder if he's going to come back with the changeup after that.
I would. I mean, when you throw that up and in one, you want to get a guy, off the plate a little bit. Now you throw the changeup, maybe get him fishing, for something. But I like him when you throw that pitch away like that, to be able to throw a little two-seamer. That's even a good pitch. Anything on his hands.
Yeah, that was good.
Yes, because now Reyes is thinking he has no idea what's coming next. And I think that's what you always want, especially from a guy that's throwing a sinker, is now what he's going to throw. If he throws a two-seamer, if he throws a sinker, whatever he throws right now, it has to be in, and I think that's when you have it.
Watch the bounce this takes when it hits Brett Hayes.
Oh.
Ooh. I don't know if it got up under that chin protector or not, but
that's a tough position.
Yeah.
I always told CJ, man, you crazy. There's no way you sit here and just take this every day, right? Especially with Kevin Brown pitching. All these guys. Kevin Brown throwing
heavy
sinker after sinker, Al Leiter. Throwing stuff up there. You don't know what the heck he was throwing.
Hey, the comfortable one was Alex Fernandez.
Yes.
Alex was comfortable.
Yes, he was very comfortable.
Kevin Brown was such a pleasant guy, too.
Oh, my goodness. Listen.
Here's the 3-2. And Reyes lays off, misses out, and he's aboard. And so Volstad has to go after Justin Turner. So runners at the corners.
By the way, you think Reyes is going to stay with the Mets?
That's a good question. I think now that he's here, and I think what happened was he got hurt. I don't know if you can say at the perfect time, but he got hurt in a time where he couldn't trade him, and the Mets had no way of trying to find out what his value was in terms of the trade block. But I think now Reyes has to prove that he can play and stay healthy the rest of this season, the rest of the way here. And then I don't know if that hurt his chances of getting that big contract that he wanted in the offseason, but I don't know the contract with the Mets is going to be as big as he thought. And for me, I think he leaves if something comes better, because at the end of the day, I don't know how much the Mets is going to get better in the near future.
Yeah, that's my biggest question is, can he get more money someplace else? San Francisco would be a likely landing point,
yes,
because the Giants have been desperate to find a shortstop and some speed and some offense. And,
right.
And he really fits that ballpark.
Yeah, he definitely fits that ballpark. I mean, you know, you have Triples Alley out there in right center. And for me, you know, Reyes is a guy that all he has to do is prove himself healthy. And that's his bottom line, and that's easy for me to step up and say, because listen, I wasn't healthy, but at least I was out there trying every day to be healthy, and I know he's trying every day. But you have to show these teams that you can stay healthy to make yourself, you know, put yourself in a better situation. I think, you know, with him being hurt, has hurt him a little bit, and I think that's why the Mets, in my opinion, have kept him, because they know now that, hey, maybe we got an opportunity to keep him.
Carlos Beltran is gone.
Yes.
Francisco Rodriguez out of there. And I think Terry Collins has done a nice job of keeping it together this year.
I think he's done a great job.
With a ragtag group, and he deserves Manager of the Year consideration. I don't know that with the year Arizona and Milwaukee have had if he's going to win it, but we handicap Kirk Gibson in the driver's seat with Ron Renicky right behind him.
Yeah, and, you know, I look at what Arizona's done this year, and what a good bunch of guys. I mean, it's a good story. I mean, watching those guys go what they've been through. But it always goes back to talented guys. You have talent. You have to be patient and let these guys develop. The Arizona Diamondbacks are developing. Ian Kennedy, you couldn't have told me he's going to win 18 games, but he's a guy that's developed into a pitcher who now has the confidence to go along with you know, some good stuff. He goes out there and pitches every fifth day. That's helping the ball club get to the next level. J.J. Putz, you never could have told me he's going to do what he's done this year in terms of closing out games.
He stayed healthy.
Yeah, you'd have a hard time convincing Mets fans about that.
Yeah, you would. You know what I mean? And you know, you look at these teams, and you look at what Milwaukee's done. These teams are going to be reckoned with for a long time. If Milwaukee keeps Prince Fielder in that lineup, you know, this is what, you know, we expect down here with the Marlins. I mean, this is a good bunch of guys. I think this team, getting Hanley back, getting our pitching side solidified, I think you can see the Marlins start to contend, because they're starting to grow up and understand that they do have the talent, but you have to put it together, and you have to play together every night.
Now, you got to put the right pieces in the right places. And your hope is, I think, if you're a Marlin fan, that Mike Stanton continues to develop. He certainly has exceeded all expectations so far.
Right.
Logan Morrison is starting to get back to the swing that we remember.
Yes.
Matt Dominguez, Marlin fans are hopeful that he's the real deal when he gets to third base. And even if he's not, he's still only 21.
Exactly. And I think that's the big thing is, like, he's 21. He got an opportunity to still grow in the game, but you have to do what you said. You have to get the guys on the same page and stop looking at you know, maybe stats, and stop looking at what I'm doing and start looking at from the team standpoint, how we're going to get to what Arizona is. And that should be something that everybody goes home with this all season. No matter what happens with Arizona, this is a season to look at what they've done and see this is what we need to be.
Yeah, because Arizona was projected to finish it near the basement or in the basement of the West. Runner on the move, and Turner bangs one into right field, and the Mets have the lead. Peterson's throw to third is wide of the bag. Dobbs there to snare it. A protracted at bat by Justin Turner turns into an RBI single, and the Mets have the first run of the night. Turner has a couple of hits, and Ronnie Paulino scores.
What a good job Turner's done this year, and Turner taking over the opportunity when they released Castillo, and turned into a good season for him.
One of the few pitches Chris Volstad's gotten up a little bit, and always makes it easier for that hitter to go the other way when that pitch is up a little bit. And it wasn't that bad of a pitch, but out over the plate, just up.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the pitch I think he needs to work on to now stay in on guys.
Back to our email bag. Mike wants to know your reaction and your famous quote of the walk-off balk against John Rocker.
Wow, he remembers that.
Yes.
I remember that.
We were just talking about that the other night.
You were the hitter in that case?
I was a hitter, and
I forgot that you were the hitter.
Yeah, I was a hitter, and Rocker was all, you know, he was really a fidgety guy. You know, I remember being all fidgety on the mound. I'm sitting there looking at him like, will you just get ready to pitch the ball? At some point, are you going to pitch? I mean, do I need to get in the box? And he got on the mound, and I remember him balking, and he knew he balked. Like, he didn't argue or nothing. He looked at the
dropped
third
the
base.
ball. Didn't he drop the ball?
That's what he did. He came up. He
came up. The ball came out of his glove.
Yeah, that was it. That was it.
Now, Mike has your post-game quote here as saying, scared him.
Of course I did. scared the living crap out of him.
Well, you must have if he dropped the ball.
Well, you know what? Rocker was that guy that it couldn't happen to a better guy. I mean, he was just that guy that every day it was something.
Well put.
You know, it couldn't happen to a better guy. So, it was one of those days that you have to say something smart and wait for him to retaliate the next day. That was John Rocker. But he was fun, though. I guess, and when I was in New York, he loved the attention, and they gave it to him. They fed him every day. It was amazing how much they fed that guy. I mean, everywhere, but more so in New York. It was amazing to watch that every day.
Yeah, I never should have taken the subway to the ballpark.
No.
Clay Hensley in the bullpen right now with the Mets at the corners. Volstad at 71 pitches. And Lucas Duda up there. He's been a bright spot for the Mets this year. Duda has a single and has bounced out. You see a big pitch total for Volstad, up at 26 pitches already here in the 5th inning. And a strike, and it's 3-1. JM Lexus presents our leaders of the game. Among National League rookies, Lucas Duda hitting at .285. Freddie Freeman, and you would think a couple of pitchers are your leading Rookie of the Year candidates.
Vance Worley, Craig Kimbrell.
Yep, those are the two pitchers.
Yeah.
And Freeman. Well, Jack, let's see if he has seen enough. He has that look on his face. Here's David Wright. Volstad walks Duda. Maybe he'll give Chris the chance to get out of it against Wright. You never had a chance to play for Jack McKeon, right?
No.
Played against him.
I played against him. Missed him when he came back here. But, from what I hear, he's been great for the guys. So, to me, I think you need that. I think you need guys. I think the one thing that, had a lot of controversy when he first got it is he sat Hanley the first day home, first day here. And, you heard a lot of flack, but it went away real quick because, those type of guys is no-nonsense type of managers. And when you have them, I don't care what type of player you have, they come around real quick.
Jim Leland was like that.
Yeah, Jim Leland was like that, and I knew. I knew that you couldn't get anything through Jim Leland. So.
Well, Jack stuck with Volstad, and it pays off. He finishes the inning. Subway, 5th, 1-0 Mets. On top of the Marlins, our social media queen is Allison Williams. A-Dub, what do you got?
Well, Rich, we didn't want to leave out the fans that are here at the ballpark from taking part in our Email Twitter Tuesday, so I'm here with Alex and his sister Essie. They're from Parkland, and Alex here has a question for you guys up there in the booth. What's your question, Alex?
With the call-up of Matt Dominguez, and based on how he performs, what do you guys think are his chances of making the 2012 opening day roster?
I think my answer to that, I think if he plays well, and one of the reasons he's here is to just get his feet wet, see how he performs, and maybe not so much on numbers, but to just see how he reacts to being a big leaguer at this level. We saw him all spring, and I think if he performs well enough, he'll get that opportunity in the spring. And if he has a decent spring, he would be the opening day third baseman.
Well, I think it comes down to, and that's a great point, Hut. I think it comes down to him coming to spring training, relaxed, and saying, listen, I have to play the game like it's the minor leagues. I cannot come here and try to do anything. I have to play my game, play within myself, under control, and then let my game flow through spring training and make this team. And I think another big point will be who the manager is. I think if it's Jack, he might have to do a little bit more. If it's somebody else, he might be starting. So I look forward to him making this team. I think he's ready. I think he's put in his time. But he has to go out there, and no matter how much time you put in, you have to go out there and show it when it comes time. And you know what? Time is spring training.
Well, two guys, and he's sitting next to one of them, Gabby Sanchez. Two guys that you and I, Rich, saw in spring training, Logan Morrison and Gabby, have opportunities to make the club that first time, and they didn't.
Right.
They kind of failed in the spring, got things, went down, had a good years in the minor leagues, continued to work on things, and came back.
Yeah, and their next springs were much better. They were much more relaxed. And Dominguez was in that spot this spring. It was his job to lose, and he essentially lost it.
I think that was the pressure.
Yes, and you know, again, he's 21.
Right.
And the Freddie Freemans and the Mike Stantons are by far the exceptions, not the rule. Most 21-year-olds are in single-A baseball somewhere or still juniors in college somewhere.
That makes a good point because I see it as, and I hate to use the word pressure. Sometimes it's just not. It took me a little bit longer than I expected. You know why? Because the ball just don't fall in the course sometimes. It just don't fall on your side. I mean, you can do everything right. You prepare yourself. You do everything you need to do. And you know what? You go up to the plate, you're just not getting hits. And it's not about getting hits. And I think that's what Matt Dominguez needs to realize is having good at-bats and knowing that you get better each day. Spring training means absolutely nothing. I know you remember the spring training I had when Leland was ready to bench me. He actually told me he's going to platoon me with Ryan Jackson. And I thought, you know what? I'm not platooning. So I went out there and I said, listen, I'm going to have good quality at-bats. I turned it on the last 2 games of the spring. I don't know what changed. Well, you know what changed? I relaxed and said, just see the ball. And I swear the ball got that big. So, I just hope Matt comes to spring training, realizes that, you know what, I'm not here to get hits. I'm here to get better each day. And I think that would be enough for him because he's that good to make this team.
You can relate to that because you came out of high school outside Chicago, first-round pick of the Expos, tremendous amount of talent. And you had a lot put on you as a young player.
100%. And the big thing is, all eyes on me. I have to make this team. You go home, that's the first thing you think about. You're dreaming about it. I mean, you actually have dreams, and you go, good or bad, you wake up when it's a good one and go, oh man, I'm still in my pajamas. I didn't get a hit yet. You know what I mean? But the bad ones, you're actually at the park. So I think when you look at what he's going through, it's a lot for a young kid. But I think he's ready to handle that opportunity. And I look forward to him making the team. I look forward to him having fun and making the team because it'll be a great addition to this club moving forward.
There you go, Allison. There's your expert opinion from Tommy Hutton and Cliff Floyd.
Thank you very much, guys. Alex, thanks for your question.
Thank you.
Allie, what else? Any other chatter you got on Twitter or any of your other... And by the way, do you think Jack McKeon plays Dirty Birds on his phone? Angry Birds.
Angry Birds.
Angry Birds.
The Dirty Birds, the X-rated version.
Oh, is it really? Maybe he does. That's a fair ball. Into the corner. Infante around third. And like an angry bird, he's going to score. Greg Dobbs with an RBI double. And, of course, Cliff, whenever that happens, Checkers magically appears on the screen.
Well, we've seen this happen a lot off the bat of Greg Dobbs. Double number 21 on the year. Big one here. And Infante got the infield base hit. Is able to come in to score. This is a nice 2-out RBI by Greg Dobbs. He's done that all year.
Yeah, he's been good. I've always thought that Greg Dobbs needed the opportunity to play. And certain guys get the opportunity. You look at the kid in Arizona. I can't think of his name. He's a pinch hitter. Jackson? No, not Jackson. With the tattoos.
Oh, Ryan Roberts.
Ryan Roberts.
He's got about 18 home runs now.
And you know what? I thought Ryan Roberts was that guy. One of those guys that once
Just
he gets needed a chance to play and took advantage of it as soon as he got it. Greg Dobbs' opportunity. He took advantage of opportunity. I see him as a guy who can definitely help this club moving forward because he can play the game the right way. He can play first. He can play third. And that allows Gabby to get a little break every once in a while. But I think he's a huge part of what the Marlins are going to be doing in their future.
Dobbs, to me, is more of the anomaly than the norm in that he was able to get to the big leagues as a specialist, and that is as a pinch hitter.
Yes.
He always hit in the Seattle system, but Seattle never really gave him a chance to play full-time. Pat Gillett came over to Philadelphia, knew about him, and plugged him into that group. And he flourished. He did play some third base, but his biggest role in contributions in Philadelphia was a pinch hitter. That ball's crushed. Right field deep. Back goes Duda at the wall, makes the catch. And Gabby comes up just short. He's still looking out there.
Yeah.
He thought he got it all.
Big ballpark, Gabby.
Tie game, 1-1.
Presentado por KFC.
Cookie and Joe join us now. We're having a lot of fun over here with Cliff Floyd. Guys, how are you?
All right, Richie. How you doing, Tommy? Cliff, how you doing?
Hey, Cookie, what's going on,
Hey,
bro?
welcome back, man.
Long time no see, man.
It's
Looking good.
It's great to see you guys coming back here and visit. I think this is outstanding for the ball club and for the fans.
Yeah, I love it. You know what, Cookie, I mean, I wasn't doing anything that will make me miss this opportunity. When it was presented, I said definitely. So, to get out to the ballpark is always a good thing for me.
Outstanding. And if you can still hit, we need you. Sometimes the bases loaded, less than 2 hours. Yeah, come on now.
Hey, listen,
let's
Cookie,
go.
I went to the cages the other day. I ain't ready. Let's just leave it at that.
Absolutely.
Now, part of the deal, Cliff, is you come over here for 3 innings, then you go over to Spanish television for 2 innings.
Right.
That's right.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
That's cool with me.
Great job. Great job, man.
All right, guys, have a good show tonight.
All right.
All right, take care.
Wow. Dobbs spears that liner off the bat of Angel Pagan. Chris Volstad is still in there. It was a tie game going into the 5th. It's a tie game going out of the 5th. 1-1 here in the top of the 6th inning.
Look at Dobbs playing in, too. He's in front of the bag on the grass. Pagan will drop down a bunt once in a while. Pagan can't believe it.
Yeah, that's a tough one. That's a hang with him.
They don't even out either.
They never do.
Pagan's
They always say that, and I hate that. No, they don't.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, you ask any pitcher, and he'll say the same thing. Morrison on the run. He's not going to get this one. Harris dumps it down the line. And Lomo carefully picking his way into the corner. Is this this ballpark, as an outfielder, talking to Josh Willingham for the many years he played here, talking to Jeff Conine, who played left and right, or anybody that's played center, said this is one of the more difficult parks in all of baseball as an outfielder. You agree?
I agree. I mean, you look at, it's a huge ballpark, so you have to really position yourself right. And I think that's why you definitely need a really good center fielder that can move you around, get guys in good positions. And when you have young guys out here, who better to have in center field than Mike Cameron? Guys played center field, seems like, for 30 years. But you have to know your angles. You have to get out here in BP, get some balls in the corner, see how the ball bounces off the wall. Left field, you have a dark spot here in Sun Life, and I think that's the one thing that messes with the left field, is because left field is pretty much the easiest position, in the outfield. Right field is huge. I think that's the spot where you have to position yourself in, out, over, or close to the line. But like I said, having a good center fielder helps you with those things, because if he can run, guess who's going to get him most times?
Think of the 2 years, 97, Devon White.
Yeah.
Maybe didn't have his biggest offensive year that he had in his career, but could cover a ton of ground. And Juan Pierre in 03.
Yeah, and those are the guys that you know for a fact that when you have a big outfield, you have to have guys who can go gap to gap and get to balls and make it easier, on your guys who are not so good. Me. You know what I mean? I'm going to catch a few balls, but I'm not going to be the guy who's going to ever run into my center fielder. That's what you saw in San Diego when I was with the Mets. You saw Beltran, who's a natural center fielder, and Mike Cameron's a natural center fielder. Yeah. And I knew at some point there was going to be a problem, because you have two guys that's always known to do what? Go get the ball.
That's their instinct.
So, and that's what, you have guys like myself who play right, left field, know my position, know where I'm at, know I'm supposed to be, and then you get the right field on the same side, knowing what he's supposed to do. And I think that's when you have, happy medium.
I think all outfielders will be happy to know that the Marlins will be able to grow the grass a little longer in the new ballpark. And
right.
This has always been known as the fastest natural surface in the game.
By far. And you know what? You try to cut off balls and do things. You embarrass yourself out. You can definitely embarrass yourself. And I think the one thing that this grass did that I didn't like about it, that it snaked a little bit. The ball wiggled to you. You have to get. You see a lot of guys here, even in the outfield, little base hits. You see the guys get down to one knee and keep the ball in front of them. So you have to be careful. But I think with the thicker grass next year, that won't be an issue.
Nick Evans at the plate right now. Chris Volstad on the mound. Volstad 84 pitches into this one, a 1-1 game in the sixth. Cliff Floyd, kind enough to join us. We'll be bringing back some Marlin favorites as we count down the final games in this big old stadium. The number is down to 7. It was torn off last half inning. 7 games left here, including a 5:10 start tomorrow. Evans pokes it into right field. Charging is Peterson. Runner comes home. Peterson's throw up the line. Hayes' throw to second is in time, and the runner is out. But the Mets get the run, and Evans gets his first RBI of the night as Willie Harris scores.
I think the one thing with Volstad is once he learns to pitch inside, he will be a guy that will be to reckon with. Because I think that's the one thing that's hurting him right now, is that he doesn't go inside. And if I'm a hitter, I know that. And if he comes inside, he's not coming inside for a strike. It has no purpose behind it. I think when you see him start to come inside with a purpose, then you'll see him become a better pitcher and help himself.
Saw a good play there by Brett Hayes to come out from the plate.
Ronnie Paulino cranks one. Left field. Morrison back at the wall. Reaches. Makes the catch. Bangs into the wall. Flips it to Cameron.
Good to be young.
It is. Good to be Lomo. He is a tough dude.
Yes, he is.
Out there in left field. Mets get a run. Lomo gets another bruise, but he hangs on to the ball. This was the ball that Cliff Floyd hit that some thought was out, some thought it wasn't.
I thought it was out.
Yes, you did. Naturally.
I told Frank Pulley, hey, that ball's out. Frank Pulley said, is it? That's a home run. I said, well, there you go, Frank. Thank you.
And then Frank Pulley pulled over our cameraman, John Tuitu's camera, looked at the replay and said, no, it's a double.
So you were a part of the first ever replay.
Yeah, ain't that something?
Yeah.
Hey, look, Freddie Gonzalez.
Freddie Gonzalez, there he is.
And so your reaction at second was, well, I guess it wasn't out because they looked at the replay.
Right, and I thought, you know what, that ain't right. They ain't supposed to do that, but Tony La Russa was at the helm of that. Was playing the Cardinals.
Yep.
And Tony La Russa went and talked to Frank, and I don't know how Tony got Frank, of all people, to go over and look at a replay, but he did. And sure enough, it wasn't. But I could have sworn that ball hit that metal beam out there, right under the seats. But it didn't, and I'll take that. I took a double as RBI. It would have been nice to have this on a home run. Now, what if I'd have ended at 299?
290, yeah. Then
See?
Yeah.
Now I got to holler at Frank.
That'd hurt.
Yeah, and Tony.
And Tony. Yeah.
Now, as a player that just came out of the game has changed in the sense that there is replays. The Marlins found out, and the Phillies just found out.
Right.
In talking and in reading, as baseball considers expanding instant replay, the system that seems to be the working model that most agree on is a fifth umpire up in the press box who has access to all the views that we have, and if he sees a play that is wrong, a call that is wrong, such as the interference play the other day, he radios down and says, this is the call. You like that system? Do you like expanding replay a little more?
I think if you're going to expand it, and you expand it the way that they're talking about expanding it, then I agree with it. I like that. It doesn't take as much time. You don't have the umpires gather first on the field, talk about it, then go inside off the field, go into the monitor, wherever it might be, come back on the field, and then say, make their decision. If you have an opportunity to take care of that situation, nip it in the bud right away, because while that's going on, you have that fifth umpire up in the booth already on it,
right?
And it doesn't, in my opinion, take as much time. So if they're going to expand it and go that route, I'm all for it. I think the players will be all for it too.
I think the umpires would be all for it too, because they want to get it right.
Yeah, Joe West don't want to do anything extra.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And Joe West was, was a part of that play the other day. That right there, if I'm Charlie Manuel, I have beef because you don't know if he's going to catch the ball. Now, did he interfere? 100%. Well, you see most times when the guy interferes, the ball is called a double, ground rule double, and the fan is throwing out the game, or whatever the case may be. But I think Joe, being Joe West, and he made the call that he thought that was right, and Charlie Manuel didn't agree. Of course, he threw him out the game, and I guess they protested the game also, right?
They did, but the statement that we got from Major League Baseball was that there's no basis for the protest, and it sounds like that will probably be denied within the next day or so.
Well, you look at it, I guess there's no basis for it, but I mean, he does have a gripe in terms of, how do you just call my player out? Granted, and I know it's a judgment call in terms of Joe West, and I think that's why it has no basis, right?
I think what you're saying is in terms of interference, would he have caught it or not? That's a judgment call, whether it's in foul territory or in fair territory, right? By any umpire,
right? And see, for me, and listen, I think Joe West has been around for a long time, but I can tell you one thing: Joe West didn't get all the way out there and see if that guy was going to catch that ball.
He's not moving as quickly as he once did.
Joe West was not out there figuring, he would have caught that ball.
Cameron is out at first as he bounces out. Miguel Batista still getting people out here in the sixth inning. See, Cliff, if you do TV, you got to read stuff like this. Here we go, ready? Regular season begins. Fox NFL Sunday doubleheader. First, the Falcons take on the Bears in Chicago. The Eagles take on the Rams, or Lions Buccaneers. Then the Giants take on the Redskins, or Vikings and Chargers, or Seahawks and 49ers, or Panthers and Cardinals. Coverage begins Sunday, September 11th with the Built Ford Tough Fox NFL pregame show.
You got one of those games maybe you'll keep your eye on?
Yeah. I'm going to be watching them. Listen, I did something in my house hut that maybe my wife is not happy about, but I put some TVs in that allow me to sit on the couch and listen and lamp, do what a lamp does. Just sit there and don't move, nachos, drink, and I'm good. And, that's just Sunday. I need that.
You've earned it.
I've earned it.
Only on Sunday.
Only on Sunday.
What about Monday night?
So how many? Wait a minute. How
kids
many,
in bed then, so I'm good.
How many games will you have on at the same time? Do you got the NFL ticket package?
Yeah. So what I did was I put this TV in the middle, which I have. I'll probably be watching we'll be watching the Dolphins, so I'll be watching whatever game Sunday. I'll be watching my Bears. I'm from Chicago, so I'm watching the Bears. But I have the ticket, and then I have 4 other TVs around the big TV. So there I go. I'm going to be fine. I'm going to have the games I want. Yeah. And have my boys come over, and, maybe the wife will go shopping and leave me alone for a couple hours. But, we'll see. Take the kids with her.
Well, we'll be in Pittsburgh, so we'll be thinking about you.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, Brian
shot.
Peterson's 2 for 2 with a walk tonight.
What do you think of Peterson as a young outfielder who's done a nice job this year?
Well, I think Peterson's taking advantage of opportunity that's presented itself, and I think that's what you have to do when you get your chance, chance to shine. You have to show guys that, listen, come to spring training. I want my name on that board that goes up there, and with the guys that's trying to make this team. So Peterson, in my opinion, has done enough to at least get the opportunity to come spring training to be a part of this 2012 team.
He's proven that he can pinch hit.
Yes.
And which is tough for a young player. And when he has started, he has contributed. He's a very good outfielder, and he can play all 3 outfield positions. That ball scorched. Hayes lines it out. Final half inning with Cliff Floyd is coming up. We'll dip back into the mailbox and get those final Cliff Floyd questions out of there. Before the NFL season starts, Cliff Floyd's ready with all of his TVs. You can create your fantasy football team today at foxsports.com/fantasy. Play against friends or compete against other Fox Sports users. It's free. It's easy to play. Sign up today at foxsports.com/fantasy. Cliff Floyd joining us now. And as Cliff checks his messages, you may have seen one.
You can do that. We do that all the time up there.
We do that all the time. People telling me, man, look at your lips. And I got some, it's on the side of my lip.
The people that we know have long since forgotten about us. They don't care anymore if we got stuff on their
they
nose
see stuff. Food, they figure we got food or something.
Yeah. All right, a tweet coming to you from Greg. Pitcher that you hated facing the most in your big league career? Was there one guy that you gave you sweats at the night before the game?
Yeah, well, you know what? I played in the National League pretty much my whole career.
Randy Johnson?
Randy Johnson, I didn't face him enough. People always go, well, why not? I said, well, and once in a while you had to get sick, don't you?
Yeah.
No, but John Smoltz was the guy for me. And, at first I used to think that I didn't put enough preparation into it. And then I finally realized, you know what? Forget the preparation. Go up there and try to just, see a ball and hit it. It didn't work. He was nasty. He threw a split finger fastball. He had good arm action with it. And, you know, he never allowed you to get comfortable. And any time you did get comfortable, he could throw any other pitch he wanted to throw that was very effective. And he just made it tough for me. And I'll tell you what, I couldn't do anything good against him. If I remember correctly, I would say I maybe got 2 hits off John Smoltz in my whole time, 3 hits.
Well, you're way off. You're way off. Our crack staff gives us information. We're always in our ear.
Well,
First of all, you had 45 at-bats against him.
Well, that's a lot of at-bats. I would say
you had 10 hits. You had 10 for 45. You didn't take him deep.
And I know I did.
Yeah.
Now, I know I didn't take him deep, and I promise you this. He must have made a mistake, and I was so happy to just make a mistake also and hit it.
Mike Baxter is pinch hitting, and he's hitting against Clay Hensley.
Toughest gig in baseball. But you know one thing I did like? I did like DH when I got to Tampa. I loved it. But pinch hitting to me, you're never allowed to get into your bat. That is something that I did a lot when I pinch hit. Struck out because I missed a pitch that I know I could hit, and then once you foul it off, you know, good luck.
All right, your favorite moment in your career? Is there one moment that stands out among all others?
You know, my favorite moment in my career, I guess, would be getting to the big leagues. That to me was one of my favorite moments because I didn't expect to get to the big leagues. When I got to the big leagues, I got called up with Montreal. Long story short, Felipe Lou was a manager in Montreal at the time, and he basically told me that I was coming up for orientation. Basically what Matt Dominguez is doing, just sit there on the bench, not play, and before you know it, I'm sitting up there facing Kurt Schilling in front of 70,000 people, and I struck out 5 bats in a row. But getting to the big leagues, you know, was a huge thrill for me because I never knew what to expect, and I thought that was something that I could always cherish the rest of my life. Getting there, not knowing that I was going to ever play in the big leagues and not knowing what was in store for my whole career was unbelievable.
One emailer wants to know, it's Arthur. Can you ask Cliff what happened when he ran into the wall on a famous incident?
I know I was going to get something in terms of it. But you know, I ran into the wall, tried to make a catch. Bobby Abreu hit it. And I never forget, when I actually looked up, I was more embarrassed where the ball was laying because it was right next to my head. I could have got up and at least rolled the ball in, and he got an inside the park home run. But my thought was, you know, we had a padded wall. You know, go up and do what Lolo just did right there. Go up and bump to the wall, but I wasn't as strong as him. And I thought I broke my neck when I initially hit the wall.
Put the tape on the wall the next day. Preston did.
Yeah, that was his little fun time.
Crime scene.
Yeah, you know.
CSI Joe Robbie or whatever they called it at that time.
You know, of course they making jokes after the game, and I thought you was dead, you know, but I felt like I felt like I ran into a Mack truck, you know. I didn't feel the padding.
Our sound man, Mark Butler, says it's the first year that they put a microphone in the left field wall, and they not only saw you hit the wall, but they heard you hit the wall.
Oh, yeah. I bet they did. I mean, you talking about 260 pounds running into a wall. You're going to hear something, you know. And on top of running to the wall, you know, and all the bad things that happened, I missed the ball. Inside the park home run. I mean, just negative after negative. And, you know, but the effort was there, and that was all that matters, I guess.
Well, we're sorry we conjured that up, but
it's funny that I remember that whole play. I remember so much that you know what, when I think about it, sometimes I feel like, man, you know, I play the game, I forget so much. But when you start, rehashing some thoughts and going into the archive of what you, I mean, it's some stuff in there that I've come up with. I'm like, man, I remember that, you know, when I was playing and things like that. But
did Marlins win that game?
I don't remember that.
See, I don't remember either.
But I know the home run didn't really matter.
I'm guessing they did, and that's why Preston had some fun with the tape.
See?
Yeah.
I would have never thought that.
0-2 pitch from Hensley's in the dirt. Well, we're glad you stopped by.
I appreciate you.
We like your work on the radio on the weekend. We listen to you.
Thank you.
And it's good to have you in the game. The game needs guys like you to stay in the game.
Thank you.
And I know that you'll be back for closing day.
Yeah, I will be here, and I won't miss that for anything. And like I say, anytime y'all guys want to, have me come up here, just send me a text, I'm not pretty much doing anything. So I'm doing a lot. I'm at home with the kids and putting them to sleep every night.
We won't text you on Sundays.
Don't do that. I won't be here for that one.
All right,
Preston Wilson, ladies and gentlemen. Or rather, Cliff Floyd. Sun Life Stadium tonight, a rain-delayed affair between the Marlins and the Mets. Along with Tommy Hutton, Craig Minervini, Jeff Conine, Allison Williams, Cliff Floyd, and John Baker. Manny Acosta comes in to face Baker in a breaking ball, a strike for Baker. Baker returning last night. Acosta coming into the ball game. And he takes over after a nice night from Miguel Batista.
Well, that's back-to-back 6 innings, solid 6 innings by Batista. Give up 2 runs in New York, 1 run tonight.
See, we spent so much time giggling in between innings and then talking during the inning about the Preston Wilson story. I had a brain cramp, so to speak. Let's hope Preston does come back for closing day, along with Cliff.
We may get Preston up in the booth.
Yeah, then I could call him Cliff.
Hey guys, ran into Preston Wilson the other night. He was playing as one of the celebs in Jeff Conine's charity poker tournament, and he actually did quite well. I think he was, of the 16, 17 celebs, he got down to probably the last 3 or 4 celebrities still in the tournament.
Craig, I heard that you were stellar. You stayed there to the very end, till about 12:30.
It went till 12:30. It was really a terrific tournament, and they raised $63,000 for Jeff Conine's Conine Clubhouse, which has been designed the same since '97. They're going to use that money to renovate the entire clubhouse, which, as you know, is for families who have their kids, unfortunately, getting the treatment over at the Joe DiMaggio's Children's Hospital, and it gives them a place to stay for free. And so that money's going to go to good use.
Yeah, that Children's Hospital is something that's also just undergone a huge renovation and has been reopened as well. John Baker at the plate with a 2-2 count, and he calls timeout. Baker, a lively interview with Craig tonight on Marlins Live, talking about a variety of topics, which is one of the cool things about John Baker. You can talk about a lot of things with Bake. Here's the 2-2. And he can talk about that Manny Acosta fastball. 95 on it, and Bake swings and misses. Bonifacio coming up. If your group is still looking for a place to come and have a good time before the season is up, Save money, provide them with an unforgettable experience at a Marlins game. Call the group sales department at 305-626-SAVE. Or go to marlins.com/groups. Marlins Baseball. Not many opportunities left. You've got 7 opportunities to bring your group to the ballpark. Bonifacio now runs up to bunt, takes a strike.
You look at this game, the way things have kind of unfolded, the Marlins with just the 1 run, but they have had opportunities, and we have said that a lot this year in many games.
Costa misses up. 2 runs, 7 hits for the Mets. The Marlins 5 hits with their 1 run. Bonifacio slices that one into center. It's going to fall for a base hit. Big turn, didn't stop, and he's in there.
Now that's a lot of fun to watch. Little bloop off the end of the bat, and Bonifacio flies out of the box. Quick jump. Pagan has a long way to go, and just a little misplay, but it's a double all the way. It's a double all the way, even though it's, now maybe not. If not for the little stutter step.
He did have a little stutter step.
If he's going hard, it's a double, so it's an error 8 and a single. But great hustle by Bonifacio.
So Bonifacio's in scoring position. Here's Infante, and here's one of those spots that the Marlins have been in tonight. It was Greg Dobbs who delivered the only run with an RBI double in the 5th. It's going to be fun to see who will be here on closing day. It sounds like Cliff Floyd. I'm sure Preston Wilson will be here.
Charles Johnson will be here. Alex Fernandez.
A
lot of the guys that make their home here, too.
Kurt Abbott?
Yeah.
Probably a few guys that might surprise some people, too, that don't make their home here. Might find their way to South Florida for that day. And a strike to Infante. 1-1. There's Bonifacio.
We have the ideal guy out there representing the tying run.
Bonifacio slipped and has to dive back. And Infante is thrown out by Reyes. Not much has changed in the Chevy standings in the National League East. The Phillies still have a monster lead. The Marlins are trying to get out of the basement. And the Mets are trying to get back to 500. The Braves have a healthy lead in the wild card.
Right now, the Phillies with a 2-1 lead over the Braves in the 5th inning. And Michael Martinez is 0 for 1.
Atlanta's lead in the wild card is 8.5 games over the Giants and the Cardinals.
Vance Worley, by the way, trying to go to 11-1 if he can pick up a win in that game.
Dobbs is flied out, popped out. He ripped the double down the right field line. Paulino leaning in and out. Dobbs smacks it into left center field. That's going to get in. Greg Dobbs does it again. His second RBI double on the night.
Now you had some choices if you're Terry Collins, knowing the way Dobbs has swung the bat. First base was open. Right-handed bat, Gabby Sanchez on deck. Nobody warming in the bullpen, but they elected to go after Greg Dobbs in our Gunther drive of the game. Remember, Dobbs' double last time up was down the right field line. This time he drives it into left center, and he's driven in both runs.
Gabby hits a fly ball to the right. Duda comes in. Turner out. And Turner makes the catch. Inning over. But Greg Dobbs sees to it that the Marlins tie the game again.
Thank you, Rich. Pretty good news, I think, for the New York Mets today. Yohan Santana throwing in the bullpen right over here at Sun Life Stadium. He also did this the last time the Mets were here. That was not good news because they had to shut it down for a while. Santana had shoulder surgery in the capsule last September. Lately, he's been battling his way back. This is him today. He told us, as we talked to him afterward, that he feels much better strength-wise now, as he went through probably about a 10 or 15-minute routine, throwing all of his pitches, fastball, slider, changeups, as the fastball is really the big test for him. But Terry Collins also liked what he saw, and Terry feels like he's got a shot to come back. The Mets are actually talking about Yohan pitching this weekend, probably on Friday somewhere, maybe St. Lucie. And then if all goes well there and he feels very good tomorrow, and then after pitching Friday, he could pitch actually for the Mets next time out, sometime end of next week. They'd like to get him in a couple of games if they can with the Mets, unlike the way the Marlins are dealing with JJ, where he's a little behind throwing-wise and probably would run out of games, and that's why he won't be back with the Fish this year. But it's not imperative. It's a bonus, but he could be back as soon as maybe a week and a half. And also, Terry Collins told us he expects no matter what, Yohan comes back as an ace in spring training next year. Guys?
I think both clubs are in very similar situations with Josh Johnson and with Yohan Santana, both aces. Santana missing the entire season, JJ missing almost the entire season, and both organizations hopeful that they can slot those guys in the top of the rotation next year.
Both organizations hope those two guys are aces next year, JJ and Yohan. And speaking of guys coming back, the Nationals got the return of Steven Strasburg tonight against the Dodgers. 5 innings, 2 hits, no runs, no walks, 4 strikeouts. Strasburg threw just 56 pitches, left with a 3-0 lead, but the bullpen gave it up, so it's 3-3 Dodgers and Nationals. And all is well in the capital city with a nice return of Steven Strasburg, who the Marlins will probably see one of those games that weekend in Washington.
Angel Pagan up. He lined out hard to Greg Dobbs his last time up. That was in the 6th. With Ryan Webb out there now.
The report, Rich, I have to throw this in because we do have crack staffers all over, is that he threw 56 pitches, 40 strikes. He topped out at 99 miles an hour and threw numerous changeups that were like 89 and 90.
You have Washington, D.C. Beltway crack staffers?
Yeah.
Morrison, is he going to run into the wall again? Oh! Cameron picks it up. Lomo that wall is like a magnet to him. Pagan gets himself a double.
Well, he knows there's 7 games left here. He's going to touch it as often as he can.
Look out, Josh Beckett.
Josh Beckett right there. Ball actually was like a field goal. Went right between Josh Beckett's held up arms.
Now Willie Harris is up for the Mets. MB in Slidell has this email. Wanted to know and suggesting that the Marlins allow, of course there's been a lot of questions as to who gets to pull down the final number, suggesting that the grounds crew gets to pull down the last number, since they will certainly be one of the most important people that have contributed to baseball in
that is a fantastic suggestion.
Do you guys have any idea who will pull down the last number?
We do not. I don't. Do you?
No. All I know is it won't be me.
We were not included in that meeting.
It will not be you.
It will not be me.
We've already torn our numbers down.
Did the crack staff ever get a chance to tear down a number?
No.
That would have been very expensive, though, to fly them all in.
The crack staff?
Yeah.
Yeah. They're scattered all about the country. Harris takes outside, and it's 2-0. Some fans are hoping that Todd Jones can make it back for closing day.
I'd like to see a Todd Jones, Joe Borowski combo.
Yeah.
Return.
Todd Jones was only here for a year, right? And is one of the more personable guys that you will meet in the game. Very much a character.
I think for a while, and I'm not sure if he still is, but for a while he was writing a column.
Sporting News.
Yeah.
Rob Nen. Antonio Alfonseca. Fans are already suggesting people who, and I'm sure the Marlins have invited a lot of former players to come back. Some are able to come back. Some have. Some are still in the game, whether they're coaching or still playing.
How about a Gary Sheffield?
It would be tough to get Alex Gonzalez back here, but maybe Louis Castillo. Lined into center field. Cameron on a hop. Run around third. He's coming home. Cameron's throw is up the line, and the Mets have reclaimed the lead. Nick Evans, for the second time tonight, is driven in a run, and he does so against Ryan Webb.
He has had some very aggressive swings in this one tonight. Over the last 12 games, now 13 for Evans. He's hit around 370. he's a guy we talked about in New York, getting an opportunity to play first base. And that line drive drives home Pagan to put the Mets up. Yeah, Todd Jones, Rich, in 05 had 40 saves. Had an ERA of 2.10 in his 1 year as a Marlin. Went on to Detroit the next 3 years at 37 saves, 38 saves.
Tomorrow night, R.A. Dickey, Brad Hand. And it's a early start tomorrow night. 5:10 start, 4:30 for Marlins Live.
Maybe we can beat the rain.
But wouldn't that be the worst? They move the game up 2 hours to allow the Mets to get back to New York to play their doubleheader against the Braves on Thursday. Ronnie Paulino takes a breaking ball.
Mets trying to, I'm sure, juggle some pitching to get some matchups in that doubleheader. They do have the looking at the Mets notes, I'm saying, well, they do have that all settled. They have the matchups for the doubleheader. The only problem, they have Dylan G listed to pitch both games.
That would be a problem, especially if you're Dylan G. Dean in Chicago suggesting the last to tear down the numbers. Jim Leland and Jack McKeon. Now you have a hard time getting Jim Leland here. He'll be busy probably setting up.
That's another good suggestion, though.
It is a good suggestion.
Yeah.
He will be busy setting up his rotation for the postseason.
Well, just Verlander, number one.
Paulino taps it down the third base line, and it's foul. You heard a little commotion there during that last sequence. Look at that. That's shades of the 1969 Mets, isn't it, Craig?
Yes, it is. It actually ran around here, and then I think it's in the dugout or somewhere behind where we are right here. The players are not running it. That was as good a leap as you'll see. Wow.
Where was the in New York? Was it the cat ran in front of the Cubs? Was it Ron Santo who was on deck?
From the Cubs, yep. It was in '69, and that led to the demise of the Cubs in '69. And the Mets made that incredible charge last 50 games or so.
I don't think there are enough games for the Marlins to make an incredible charge this year, but the Black Cat making an appearance. What other varmints have occupied this stadium? We've had bees a few times.
Had bees a couple of times, yeah. Yeah, had bees a number of times. I'm sure we've had occasional cat sightings. Josh Tolley, the pinch hitter.
Tolley against Webb, runners first and second, 2 outs.
We had the dog Marley.
And Jennifer Aniston.
And Jennifer Aniston.
Of course, the mascot of the 10-run reel, the Exmo Squirrel, was actually filmed on location in Colorado. You could tell because the grass is so thick in the Exmo Squirrel's scamper, and they in this big football stadium cannot grow the grass, this grass, that high. Up the middle, Bonifacio scoots over, gets it, flips to Infante, who gets the out. But Nick Evans strikes again. He did it in the 6th. He does it in the 8th. It's 3-2 Mets. Bottom of the 8th, Allison Williams.
There's an interesting article in Sports Illustrated by Joe Posnanski in which he proposes that baseball should go back to the 154-game schedule. He gives a few reasons, one of which being that the season is just too long, and it seems more and more likely there's going to be an additional wild card added, so he thinks that it could be best to go back to 154 games, eliminate 8 games from the regular season. He says it can be a bit taxing on players, both physically and mentally. There's about 220 games played by some teams in the spring training, regular season, and then postseason. So I talked to some of the Marlins about this idea. The overwhelming response was that 8 games isn't going to make a whole lot of difference, especially in the length of time of the season. To have a week cut off, they said wouldn't have much of an impact. They did, however, like the idea that you keep the season the same length, but you put more off days throughout the season. They said that would be the most beneficial. Mike Cameron said it's the day in and the day out grind that really starts to wear on guys when you go so long without an off day, especially late in the season. They said they would rather get rid of off days in April and May, put them in July, August, September when guys are starting to wear down, and that would certainly help. But for the most part, the young guys, it was interesting, all said leave it the way it is. Gabby said if it's not broke, why fix it? Lomo said he can use all the games that he can get. They like the 162 games. They say it's not too much, but it was interesting to hear the different perspectives some of the younger guys had versus guys that have been around the sport for a long time, like Mike Cameron.
Yeah, it's
interesting topic.
It is, because if you do shorten the season, then you could have more off days spaced into the schedule.
And what happens, I think we're seeing a perfect example here, where, yeah, you'd love to have a few more extra off days. Isringhausen comes in the game here in September, because we see some of those off days all of a sudden now taken up by making up games. And all of a sudden you don't have that off day.
2-1 pitch. Morrison fouls it back. Logan Morrison is 0 for 3. Another idea has been to actually schedule doubleheaders, which would allow for more off days. The hard part would be convincing the Yankees, the Cubs, the Phillies, the Giants, the teams that regularly are selling games out, to lose a gate.
And the example of that is that we have to go up to Philadelphia to play 2 games where you might see just a doubleheader, but because they sell out every game, it turns into a day-night doubleheader, a split doubleheader, one at 2:30, one at 7:30.
Evan in Gainesville thinks that Charlie Huff should be the last person to pull down the number.
Another good suggestion. I think, if not that, at least to come out and throw out the first/last pitch.
Maybe Charlie Huff throws out the first pitch in the new ballpark.
That's another good one.
Here's Cameron now. We'll see what the Marlins do. They're going to try to put a runner into scoring position. Jack McKeon has been like to do that in this spot. He even did it with John Buck the other night, and he didn't have anyone to hit. And he had Javi Vasquez on deck. Cameron squares. Takes down low from Isringhausen. Cameron's walk bounced out, flied out.
We saw this combo used in New York with Acosta, then Isringhausen, and then Parnell.
Cameron's bunt, and the throw down to second to get the out. It's a tough situation for a runner at first because the bunt didn't initially go down. It was kind of hanging in the air. You got to make sure it's down before you take off.
Yeah, and you give credit to Nick Evans. He charges well, is able to position himself on that pick, and then make a perfect throw to Reyes. The two lefties between Dobbs and Peterson. They've swung the bat as well as anybody in the lineup tonight.
Yeah, Peterson has singled twice and walked. And of course, Dobbs has the 2 RBI doubles. The problem for the Marlins is that's it, the 2 runs. against the likes of Miguel Batista, Manny Acosta, and now Jason Isringhausen. A strike. 6-game streak now for Peterson. 1 for 3 last night, 2 for 2 tonight. Now fans are getting a little silly. Mark, is it Mark? Wants Steve Bartman to remove a number on the countdown.
Another great guy to have return, but wouldn't be able to. Craig Counsell. Craig Counsell's still a part of the Brewers now, and he'll find himself in postseason again. I think we can maybe track down Moises Alou. Where did we run into Moises? We ran into him somewhere this year.
2-1 pitch shuffles Peterson's feet, and Isringhausen's fallen behind now, 3-1. You're getting down to a point where the Marlins have some options as pinch hitters. You see they're all lined up back there. You got John Buck. There's Vinny Rottino back there. Matt Dominguez.
Stanton has a bat.
Stanton has a bat. Cameron is running. The pitch is outside. And Peterson is aboard. So Isringhausen doesn't have his best control, and it is Mike Stanton who's coming up. So the Marlins are going to pull the trigger on Stanton and give him a shot here. Dan Worthen trots out to the mound. Now, in this spot, the one thing you want to be careful of if you're Mike Stanton is if you hit a ground ball with 1 out, it's a double play situation.
Yeah, and you take that chance if you're Jack McKinney, because I guarantee Jack told him, if you hit a ground ball, don't go crazy. Of course, Mike hit that home run. It was a grand slam against Israel.
New York, yeah. Got Jose Lopez as a pinch hitting candidate. He's on deck. And here is Stanton, who has been out since the weekend. He aggravated a hamstring and strained it. There's Lopez.
Mike Stanton still tied with Matt Kemp and Dan Uggla for second. 2 long balls behind Albert Pujols.
Isringhausen misses outside.
Then again, Jack could have told Mike, if you hit 1 out, then just take your time.
(2-0).
Saw Peterson draw that walk. Peterson's been on base 4 times. 2 walks, 2 singles.
Mets bullpen is busy. And Isringhausen hasn't come close. But remember, he walked Morrison. He also walked Peterson.
Got the green light, had a green light swing. at a 3-0 fastball.
Pedro Beato. In the dirt. Bags are loaded. Marlins will probably pinch run for Stanton. And Donnie Murphy is going to run for Stanton. So good to see Mike up there. He didn't take a healthy cut at that 3-0 pitch. This is another inning in which the Marlins have been given 3 walks to load the bases. That happened as well in the 4th inning, and the Marlins didn't get any runs out of it. Brett Hayes bounced into a double play. Here, the Marlins have one of their hotter hitters coming up, Jose Lopez. Terry Collins looks like he's ready to trot out to the mound and come get Isringhausen.
Well, he's seen Isringhausen, and he knows what can happen if he loses his control. There's Jose Lopez, and his home run last night against Capuano. Lopez had 3 hits in the ball game last night and has raised his average now as a Marlin over 270.
Breaking ball for a strike.
And remember, too, in the 3rd inning, Omar Infante was up with bases loaded and 1 out and hit a shallow fly ball to left field that didn't get the run in.
345, 5 homers, 7 doubles, 11 RBIs in 18 games since being called back up. To right, but foul. And now Isringhausen suddenly is dialed in. He's out front 0-2. Filled with fish. Cameron, Peterson, Murphy. Bonifacio's on deck. Isringhausen will step off. Lopez didn't want that breaking ball to come back into the strike zone, so he went up and got it. 0-2.
Yeah, it was a big curveball. Sometimes your eyes light up. It was out of the strike zone. But
see where pitch 1 was on that sequence. That was a called strike. And I think because of that first pitch, anything up Lopez is hacking at right now. A couple of grand slams in his career. Mets infield back for 2. Marlins down a run, bottom of the 8th. Lopez keeps fighting off breaking ball after breaking ball.
Kind of a good guy for young closer, up and coming closer, Bobby Parnell, to be around Jason Isringhausen. Isringhausen with 300 career saves.
Another 0-2. High fastball. It's popped up. Evans. That would have been interesting because Evans was going to the wall and Cameron was poised to tag and head home.
Yeah, you see that every so often. An infielder with his back to the infield, going away to get a pop fly. See that runner tag up. Right about now, Lopez is swinging at anything close.
1-2 count. Look at the Fox tracks here. And again, pitch number 1 was called a strike, and I think that set the whole thing in motion. So not only is Lopez behind 0-2, but he's probably worried about anything.
He can expect something up here this next pitch.
He's worried about anything up getting called strike 3.
7th pitch.
You see Paulino playing the role of the creeper. He crept inside trying to make some noise, and then as Isringhausen got set to come to the plate, he crept back outside.
And trying to plant the seed that the pitch is going to be in. He's creeping back and forth.
And he held up. There's ball 1.
The good news is that Lopez has seen a lot of pitches, and that's good because usually you do that, then you start to zero in, you get a good feel for the release point. Wow, nasty. Might have made the best pitch the last one.
Well, here comes Bonifacio now, who has a couple of hits.
Sharp curveball, just a tremendous amount of fight.
Base is still loaded, now 2 outs.
By the way, I mentioned Ugla with 32. Ugla's hit one tonight in Philadelphia, so Dan Ugla now with 33 home runs.
See what Bonifacio's done on his 9-game hit streak. Interesting watching Isringhausen in this inning. He's walked 3, and then all of a sudden he found the strike zone, and he's used his breaking ball to find the zone. See, he's thrown 2 good sharp breaking balls to Bonifacio. That seems to be his pitch that he can control the best.
And that's a veteran closer, reliever now, more 8th inning guy, figuring it out within the inning.
Fastball, swing and a miss. Paulino, all he needs to do is step on the plate, and the out is recorded. And the Marlins, who see the bases loaded by walks, can't get that run in. Marlins road trip, and the Marlins are getting ready for 11 games in 4 different cities. Pittsburgh, Atlanta. Yeah, the Braves looking like they're the wild card team. Oh yeah, there's that doubleheader against the team that looks like they're going to win the East, the Phillies. Then on to D.C. That's the team the Marlins are trying to catch to get out of the cellar in the East. 11 games, 4 cities, road trip. John Buck is in the ball game, and he's behind the plate. Donnie Murphy stays in. Remember, he pinch ran for Mike Stanton. And he's at short with Edward Mujica on the mound.
And I would imagine that Mujica hits in the #1 spot.
Reyes, Turner, Duda. Mujica misses away.
Well, Marlins have left 11 on base, and they're 2 for 10. But the crushers have been the 3 opportunities they've had with bases loaded and less than 2 out, and have not been able to get their run in.
Hard throwing Bobby Parnell.
Kind of been a recurring theme.
Reyes into center field off of Mujica. Cameron gathers it in. So Reyes has his first hit of the night. Reyes, as we noted last night, had lost his lead in the batting race to Ryan Braun. Braun at 335, Reyes at 332 coming into play. With that hit, Reyes at 331 on a 1-for-4 night.
And an 0 for 4 tonight for Ryan Braun, who's at 333. That'll be a good race down to the wire.
Mets have never had a batting champ. Marlins have never had a home run champ. Justin Turner, a productive night. Reyes has 35 bags this year. That race, in all likelihood, will be won by Michael Bourne, who has 49 stolen bases. Drew Stubbs, Matt Kemp at 37, then Reyes at 35. Cameron Maybin's right behind him at 34. Mujica gets the out at first. Turner gets the bunt down. Mets trying to add an insurance run before Parnell takes the hill, and here comes Lucas Duda. We have yet to unveil number 8 in our top 10 moments in this ballpark in Marlins history, and that will come up next half inning.
So we've had the Anibal Sanchez no-hitter. We had the walk-off blast of Cody Ross against the Reds and Francisco Cordero.
We have yet to get to the postseason on our countdown.
How about a little chopper up the first baseline off the bat of Jorge Posada, fielded by Josh Beckett?
Not in this ballpark.
I'm just thinking of good moments. I'm just regressing right now, thinking of good times. It gets me through, Rich. It gets me through.
It's all good, Tommy. Well, certainly from that World Series, there's going to be a couple of moments.
Well, you talked about Alex Gonzalez's home run.
I think Miggy's homer against Roger Clemens.
Yeah. In what everyone thought was Roger Clemens' last start.
Then he found the magic of...
he just found the magic.
Yeah, he found the magic. Apparently he was on the Magic then, too. 2-2 to Lucas Duda.
And we were talking the other night about some of the different awards. Cy Young Award. I'll tell you what, Cliff Lee's jumped into that picture. Another complete game, another shutout. He has 6 shutouts and 6 complete games.
Grounder to Infante. Gets the out. Reyes stops at third. And it's up to David Wright to drive in this run with 2 outs in the ninth. One of the races that we've watched over the last week is that National League West race. And tonight the Giants have an opportunity, it looks like, with the Rockies having just hung 6 on the Diamondbacks at Coors Field in the bottom of the 8th. And a 7-3 Colorado lead. The Giants are 3-3 with the Padres in the bottom of the 4th.
Interesting move, but it's a move. It's an unconventional move. You have Mujica walking the right-handed bat of David Wright with 2 out to get to the switch hitter, Angel Pagan. Now, the caveat to that is that Mujica gets left-handers out better than right-handers. Lefties hitting in the 190s. 196 against Edward Mujica, and right-handers are hitting 248.
Cardinals beat the Brewers tonight 4-2 in St. Louis. John Jay, University of Miami product, his 10th. Matt Holliday, his 22nd. Mujica misses away at the corners, 2 outs. That's up 3-2. There's Pagan against right-handers.
He swung the bat well tonight, though, especially the last 2 times up.
Off the bag, down the line, Reyes scores. Pagan on his way to second. And Wright holds at third. And so that ball was by Gabby Sanchez when it hit the bag, it looked like. 4-2 Mets. Here's a look.
Was sharply hit by Pagan, and you're right, yeah, by him off the bag. We talked about Pagan. Remember that line drive he hit the 3rd in the 5th inning? He doubled the left center of the 8th, and another double here. So his last 3 times up, he stung the ball. So the unconventional move doesn't pay off there.
And Mujica's going to intentionally walk Willie Harris to pitch to Nick Evans, who has driven in 2 runs with singles.
and now walking the left-hander to get to the right-hander. I'm confused. I'll be honest with you. I'm confused right now.
Willie Harris has doubled in 3 at-bats. As we pointed out, Evans has RBI hits in his last 2 at-bats. And so Evans now with the bases loaded. So the Marlins and Jack McKeon have issued 2 intentional walks in the inning. One and one. Up the middle, Murphy has it, flips to second in time, and that gets the out. Inning over, Mets add a run, Marlins down 2. Here comes Bobby Parnell. Moment number 8 in Sun Life history.
Into center. Baldelli going back. Still going back. Out of here. Welcome to the big leagues. 2-run walk-off homer for Cabrera. You can smile. That's okay. Oh, did he crush it? First big league hit. First big league home run. Wow.
Talk about good times.
I want to file that one away, Rich. These last few minutes, can I just file that one away? Just after what happened last inning?
Yeah. You're allowed.
A couple of changes. Jason Pridey comes in. He's in left. And Bobby Parnell, who we saw warming up, comes in the game to try to pick up the save.
So Infante against Parnell. .98 miles an hour and a strike that counts 2-1. Greg Dobbs, Gabby Sanchez, Logan Morrison, Mike Cameron. That's the line that the Marlins are hoping to get up there. Down 2. Parnell auditioning to be the closer for the Mets next year.
Yeah, getting a lot of opportunities. I tell you, if he starts getting that pitch in, his secondary pitch, good slider, he will be tough. Because you have to guard the high slider. Barely. Got the strike. You have to guard for that 98 mile an hour fastball.
So it's Dobbs now. Unfortunately, there's no one on base for Greg Dobbs to drive in because he did it in the 5th and the 7th, both with doubles. And those are the 2 runs that the Marlins have tonight.
And obviously, Greg Dobbs will lose some playing time, with the Marlins getting a look at Matt Dominguez.
Quickly, it's 0-2. Dobbs now with 46 runs driven in. 7 homers. He's up to 20 doubles now. Flips that one foul and out of play.
And 22 doubles on the year for Greg Dobbs.
That's a career high in terms of doubles, 20 back in 2007. So with a 2 tonight at 22. Parnell misses in, and it's 1-2. His career high in RBIs was in 07. He drove in 55. So he's 9 shy of a career high there.
You know, not many 33-year-olds start throwing up career highs in a lot of offensive categories, which is what Dobbs has done.
Another base hit. Dobbs sprays that one down the left field line around first. And he'll put on the brakes. And so here comes Gabby Sanchez. And when he had a chance to face Bobby Parnell in New York, remember Gabby took him deep.
High fastball. Parnell knew it. You could see by his reaction as soon as the bat connected with his about 97-mile-an-hour fastball.
$100 miles an hour. Miguel Batista, 6 innings, 5 hits. Just 1 run. 1 earned run. That one outside. Manny Acosta, an inning, an unearned run, and 2 hits. Gabby went after a low breaking ball. Right pedals back, and it's Reyes who bails him out and makes the catch, and it's Logan Morrison against Bobby Parnell. The Marlins are down to their last out. For 3 is Morrison with a walk.
Lomo at that point, he's trying to put together consistent at bats, consistent swings. Had a nice night last night. Had a 3-hit night. 0 for 3 tonight so far.
Marlins had their chances against Jason Isringhausen. Walked the bases loaded, and then promptly struck out a couple of hitters, and that finished the Marlins in the 8th. in the dirt. And Dobbs will trot down to second. Isringhausen struck out Jose Lopez and then Emilio Bonifacio. 2-1.
I think everything kind of went downhill when Cliff left.
Yeah, after I sent him on his way with it. Maybe we could text Cliff to get him back. We're running out of time, though. Marlins down to their last strike. And Parnell misses away. So 3-2. You got Mike Cameron on deck. He's hoping to get some swings in the ninth. Lomo fights it off.
Oh, another 100-mile-an-hour fastball from Parnell.
You have to admire, there's the pitch speed in this event. You have to admire Morrison, who is playing banged up right now. He's got a variety of injuries. He's twice hit the wall hard in this ball game. That's out. And Morrison walks. So the Marlins, who brought the tying run to the plate, now have Mike Cameron at the plate with 2 on, down 2 in the ninth.
Yeah, good job by Lomo his last 2 at-bats. Drawing walks, patient at-bat there against a tough guy, a guy who throws hard. Yeah, you talked about Logan Morrison. He's got a soreness in his groin, maybe not running a full 100%, but wants to be in there. Kind of playing under control with it.
I think that's what Cliff was talking about when he talked about Mike Stanton. And we saw that earlier at the start of the season. Young players learning how to play with something like that. Dobbs at second, Morrison at first. Cameron up, 2 outs in the ninth. Pitch runs in. Brian Peterson is the next hitter. Outfield very, very deep. Marlins have left 11 on, and Cameron hits it to left and hits it deep. That ball is off the wall. Morrison racing around third. He's coming to the plate. He's gonna score. Mike Cameron ties this game.
Wow. Boy, he's got those quick hands. They couldn't sneak that fastball by the veteran Mike Cameron. I was about to hand you a note that he's hit 4 career walk-off home runs. This wasn't a walk-off home run, but he took care of a fastball with those quick hands. Got the ball over the head of Pridey in left field, off the wall, and Morrison looked like he was running pretty well from first base, able to score all the way.
Now the Mets are going to intentionally walk Brian Peterson. Donnie Murphy is on deck.
Peterson has swung the bat as well as anybody tonight.
Yeah, he has identified pitches. He's singled twice, walked twice. And this will be Murphy's first at bat of the night. He came in as a pinch runner for Mike Stanton back in the 8th.
So a game that started an hour and 14 minutes late. Here we are in the 9th inning. Marlins have had tons of opportunities, but tied it in the 9th.
So it's Murphy against Parnell. And you've got a smart runner and good speed with Cameron at second. Slider for a strike, going 1. Murphy, in his short major league career, already has 3 walk-off hits. Fastball up. John Buck is on deck.
Spent a lot of time, Murph did, on the disabled list with that wrist injury. Didn't play a lot of games.
So this isn't an easy assignment.
No. I mean, it's not an easy assignment if you have 400 at-bats and you've been playing all the time.
Fastball foul back. Was right in on his hands. He started with the breaking ball and got a strike, and then it's been heaters since then. Got him. Breaking ball. Parnell finishes the inning, but the Marlins draw even. And it's extra innings. Mike Cameron ties it. 4-4 to the 10th we go. Hey, you know what? It is email night. We kind of stopped the emails thinking the game was coming to a halt, but the email box is wide open. FoxSportsFlorida.com. Click on Game Connect and then ask the broadcasters. Edward Mujica stays in. Or you can jump on Twitter as well. There you go. There's your Game Connect. After you get to FoxSportsFlorida.com, ask the broadcasts. There you go.
Type it in right there.
A lot of fans. One of the themes tonight has been who's going to tear down the final number. There's the Twitter address. We've had some good suggestions. Renee Latchman, Tim in Tampa suggests. First Marlin manager.
Latch is, I believe, the Rockies organization, but in the minor leagues. So his season would be over.
Those of you that have stayed up late with us, Aldo, Josh, Arthur, Daniel, Chris, all on Twitter. Thanks for hanging in there with us. They jumped the gun on that one up the middle. Fonte plays it nicely and gets Polino. They jumped the gun, Tommy, because a lot of the Twitter community is, as soon as Murphy stepped in, thought it was going to be Donnie Bleepin' Murphy time. We were hoping.
We were hoping for that, too. I was going to lay out and let you go.
Here is Pridey, who came in as a defensive replacement. Malika throws a strike. First at bat. Goes after a low pitch, and it's 0-2. Wayne Huizenga. Not sure that's going to happen. Grounder out to second.
I wouldn't bet on that one either.
And Fonte flips to first. Here is Reyes. G. Shaps on Twitter. Do you foresee any big name signings with the new ballpark? Or the Marlins keep the same core?
Well, I think in our conversations with Larry Weinfest, I think the same core. When you talk about core, you're talking about a Josh Johnson, a Ricky Nolasco, a Mike Stanton, a Logan Morrison. I think you'd want to keep that.
The one, you know, in talking to Larry and hearing some of Larry's comments over the last few days, it sounds like starting pitching is going to be at the top of the list.
Yeah.
To get starting pitching, you either have to sign it as a free agent or you have to trade to get it. And to trade to get it, you got to trade some good pieces. So you never know. I mean, you look around, would you have to deal one of those core players to get a above-the-line starting pitcher?
And you know what? That's always a chance you take and a possibility as well.
Reyes fouls that one at the plate. Anthony has asked this a couple of times tonight. What were your thoughts of Maryland's uniforms last night? Did you watch any of the highlights of the Maryland-Miami?
No, I just heard people talking about them today.
You know, remember the old crash test dummies?
Yeah, yeah.
Is
that what it looked like?
Yeah.
Guess it worked out okay for him.
It's almost as if there are some college programs that are trying to out-ugly each other in the uniform race. Georgia.
Up in Oregon. Oregon.
Oh, man. Into center field. Reyes around first. Headed to second. Cameron's throw, and he's going to be out. Murphy with the tag. Reyes trying to get a hustle double, but the veteran Mike Cameron would have none of that. And so, in essence, it's a 1-2-3 inning. By Jack Links. All season long, feed your wild side. Yes, we have extra innings here tonight. Bottom of the 10th, the Marlins and the Mets. Tommy, pack your bags. Have I got a road trip for you. First, Pittsburgh. Beautiful ballpark, lots of rivers. Next, Atlanta. Hot team, dangerous hitters. Wild card probably. Then a quick stop in Philly, your old stomping grounds. 2 games. I said 2 games in 1 game. Then Washington, D.C. Zim and the boys will be there. 3 days in our nation's capital. 4 cities, 11 games, road trip. There will be, as Jason Bay makes a special guest appearance in left field. And on the mound, Pedro Beato. There will be 2 games on the road trip that will not be televised. We've had a couple of emails about that tonight.
A couple of Saturdays, right?
Yes, Saturday in Pittsburgh, Saturday in D.C. There will be college football on Fox on those Saturday afternoons. Well, look who's on deck, getting ready to make his big league debut. Buck swings and misses at a fastball. So Matt Dominguez is on deck. Buck's getting his first at bat of the night. He came in a double switch after the Marlins hit for Brett Hayes. Beato, a breaking ball. It's a broken bat. Right. Gathers it, flips it, and just gets Buck. And so here now is the Major League debut of one Matt Dominguez. Now the Marlin moment that we chose for tonight, the 8th best in the crack staff's mind, was the first big league hit for Miguel Cabrera, and it was a walk-off homer against the Rays.
Remember the tough thing that Matt Dominguez had to deal with when he did go to minor league camp and spring training. A couple of days later, he was hit on the wrist.
Dominguez hits a high fly ball that ends up foul.
And broke bone, had to spend some time on the disabled list, and then it kind of took him a while to get things going.
And he has turned 22. He just turned 22.
Hit 12 home runs in AAA.
One breaking ball misses outside. Dominguez out of Chatsworth, California. 12th overall pick. And the same draft as Mike Stanton. Stanton was taken in the 2nd round.
And the same team in high school as is it Mike Moustakas?
Yes.
With the Kansas City, who's been up with the Royals.
They were the left side of that infield for that high school team.
That's pretty special when you have a couple of first-round picks off your high school team.
Beato showed him a fastball. He's thrown him 2 breaking balls since. Molina wants a fastball, creeps in, and he gets hit. And so Dominguez hit by a pitch. You can see he's got a pad on that elbow where he got hit in the minor leagues.
I don't think this got him on that pad. Got him more up near the shoulder, but he just turned, and that's a good lesson for kids. That's what you do to that pitch up and in. His first AB, he'll remember. Took a 90-mile-an-hour fastball off the shoulder.
Boy, Infante pops it up. Turner comes in and makes the catch. Omar, a long night tonight. He's 1 for 6. And here's the guy that's done it for the Fish tonight. He's got 3 hits, including 2 RBI doubles. Mike Cameron with a 2-run double in the ninth. Terry Collins comes out, and I think he's seen enough of the Greg Dobbs show. He's going to bring a lefty in to face Dobbs.
And remember, they elected to pitch to Dobbs back in the 7th inning. Tim Burdack, the left hair, comes in to face Greg Dobbs. Yeah, remember back in the 7th inning, Collins had an opportunity to match up against Dobbs. He didn't take it, and Dobbs doubled in that run off Acosta.
So Beato goes 2/3 of an inning. Both teams have not entirely restocked the shelves, but they have reinforcements. The Marlins have added some players. The Mets have added some players. Dominguez is at first, and Burdack misses outside to Dobbs.
Yeah, trying to keep track of all the players that the Marlins have used, that Jack has used, and I believe the only man he has left on his bench now is Vinny Rottino, who was just called up.
Peter from Hialeah. Hey, Rich. I had to walk my girlfriend to her car. Marlins were down 4-2, bottom 9. I come back, it's 4-4 in the 10th. What happened? Actually, I want to know what happened, because you go walk your girlfriend to the car at the bottom of the 9th, you come back bottom of the 10th.
Yeah. Yeah, what did happen?
Yeah, that's my reply to that email. But, so tweet us. No photos, please, but just tweet us. Mike Cameron with a 2-out, 2-run double happened. It tied the game 4-4. Here's a 3-0 to Dobbs. That's a strike.
September is when managers go wild. I mean, they have all the opportunities. They can match up in the 10th inning. I mean, Collins has a right-hander going down the bullpen.
I think, though, if you ask managers, here's the 3-1. Dobbs pops it up.
Boy, he had a good pitch, too.
Paulino sees it, flips the mask, and barely makes the catch. So let's go to the 11th. We'll dive back into the
let's go to the parking lot.
Yeah, let's find out what happened there, Peter, in Hialeah. and punchy. So join the fun. Ask the Marlins at fox.com. Or you can get us on Game Connect, foxsportsflorida.com. Click on Game Connect, ask the broadcast, or flip us a tweet on Twitter. All aboard, everybody. Leo Nunez into the ball game. Edward Mujica ends up going 2 innings. Mujica did give up a run in the 9th. He pitched a scoreless 10th. Justin Turner is up. He takes inside. Turner's had a nice night. I'm looking at the scoreboard here under his name, and they keep up on the big giant scoreboard a running box score of what a guy has done. And under Turner's name, he's got 3 singles, a walk, and a... What is that last... Oh, there it is. Sack. 3.
It was a sacrifice.
So they got it all spelled out up there. He drove in a run in the 5th.
I think in the new ballpark, Rich, we'll be able to see.
And we can't really see.
Where we're tucked in with the overhang of the upper deck, we see about half of that big scoreboard out in right center. That's why we rely so heavily on the iPad, crack staff.
Josh Stinson in the Mets pen. For those of you waiting to see Josh Stinson pitch, you just might get your wish. Turner battling Leo Nunez, 3-2 pitch. Fastball foul back. Yamil wants to know, and he's from Kendall, will Tommy Hutton wear a sweater vest on the upcoming road trip?
You know, I'm taking one. And there's a chance perhaps on Friday night in Pittsburgh.
Liner right center. Cameron on the spot makes the catch.
I think Atlanta will be fine. We never know what it's going to be like in Washington, D.C. So I'll bring one on the trip, that's for sure.
Billy wants to know, finish my homework or watch the end of this game? Can't you do both? Can you do homework and follow the game?
And if you have a couple of questions, maybe you can email us or tweet us. Maybe we can help you out with an answer on some homework.
Well, what if Billy is studying calculus?
Well, then I would lend that question to you.
Here's the 0-1 to Lucas Duda. Duda chops it over the mound. This is going to be a tough play. Infante bare hands and makes it. Omar Infante. You know, Infante kind of glanced over to see if the shortstop, Donnie Murphy, was going to make it, and then decided he'd just take it himself.
This guy is unbelievable. They give gold gloves. He could win the gold hand. He's made 2 plays tonight. That one a little softer ground ball. There was a ground ball he handled a few innings back when Cliff was on with us. He picked it barehanded, and he's done that a number of times.
Nunez misses up to David Wright. Wright is 0 for 4. Lee tweets, Marlins are 2-0 against the Mets on email Twitter Tuesday. Is it Marlins a lock or are the Mets due? Murphy makes the play. Wright is out. And a nice smooth ride for Leo Nunez through the 11th. Bottom half coming up. When you need a car, truck, or van, who are you going to call? 1-877-MAROONY. By Subway. Eat fresh. By Coventry Healthcare of Florida, lighting the way to better health. And by the all-new Chevy Cruze. See your local Chevy dealer. Rain delay of an hour and 15 minutes. Extra innings, bottom of the 11th. And an email Twitter Tuesday is, hey, it's just about email Twitter Wednesday. In fact, it is. But we're going to keep the tweets and the emails coming until the very end. Tim Burdack still in there. Gabby Sanchez takes a strike. Logan Morris and Mike Cameron coming up.
Yeah, the Marlins, Rich, too, trying to beat the Mets again. They're 9-7 against the Mets this year. Trying to make it 10-7. Last meeting tomorrow at 5:10 between these two teams.
We all of a sudden on Twitter, we've exploding with tweets, people staying up late. Gary, when is that Fielding Bible dude going to be on with you guys? John DeHaan. We had him on, not related to Brad Hahn or Mr. Hahn from Fast Times at Ridgemont High. But he was on with us earlier in the season, 0-2. Who will win the Fielding Bible? Maybe Infante can win a Fielding Bible if he doesn't get a Gold Glove.
It'd be interesting to see where he ranks in the Fielding Bible.
Ultimate zone rating, range factor, all of those things, all the fielding metrics, and some of the eyeball tests too with the panel, the blue ribbon panel. John DeHaan, Bill James.
What's the eyeball test?
Rob Nyer. The eyeball test is the way they do the Gold Glove. And that's the eyeball test, the vote of the managers and coaches. Who do you think is the best second baseman? Who do you think is the best shortstop? Now, some guys will look at fielding percentage, but other guys will say, well, I don't care if this guy's made a few more errors than that guy. He's a better second baseman or a better third baseman. That's the eyeball test. Now, David Wright passes the eyeball test on that play. And he probably would score high on the zone rating as well.
Yeah, good range. He'll throw a few balls away. That's where David Wright has a little downfall with his fielding. He'll make some errors, a lot of throwing errors. After midnight.
Zach wants to know if baseball is doing anything to commemorate the 10th anniversary of 9/11, and certainly they are. The Marlins will be in Pittsburgh, and that close to, of course, Shanksville, Pennsylvania, where one of the planes went down. Not only Major League Baseball, but also Fox doing something special on that day for games on Fox Sports Florida and other Fox regionals, but also for the start of the NFL season on Fox.
That'll be the Sunday that we're in Pittsburgh.
Morrison takes a strike. It's 1-1. Chaumy, I'm a redhead. Who are your favorite redheaded baseball players of all time? You want to go?
I would say Rusty Staub's got to be, top of the list.
How about Ron Fairley?
Ron Fairley.
Good golly.
Wayne Garrett, former Met third baseman. Redhead. But Legrand Orange.
Fine chef. Morrison takes in 2-2. Greg wants more Mantis, apparently. I don't know if that's like more cowbell, but that's what he wants. Brandon asked a good question. He was at the 14-inning game on Sunday and wondering what's the longest game been in this stadium. Morrison breaks his bat, running hard up the line. Turner just gets him.
Pretty sure it was that 20-inning game against St. Louis.
Boy, it's painful to just watch Morrison run right now.
And remember, he scored from first base on the double by Mike Cameron, too. Yeah, I would have to say, Rich, it was that 20-inning game against the Cardinals. Still goes hard, though. Still goes hard.
Here's Cameron now. Mike's the reason the Marlins are tied with a 2-out, 2-run double. That was in the 9th. That was off of Bobby Parnell. Jose Seda in the fish pen. Miss Angie. The suspense is killing me, she says. Such a great distraction from nursing school reading. You know where she's going to school? Look at that.
UC Davis.
UC
Your
Davis.
alma mater.
My alma mater. Angie. Nice picture, too.
Great old Rolling Stones song, Angie.
That's right. Cameron walks. Marlins have a base runner.
I don't think he was going to see a whole lot to hit there with Brian Peterson, lefty, on deck. You know, that 20-inning game, we talked about it a few times. Carl Pavano, a starting pitcher, had to come in to pitch. He was in between starts. He took the loss in that game. Our crack staff delving into the box score of that 20-inning game. Fernando Vina, the Cardinals, was 0 for 9 and got the game-winning hit, though. Chris Hatcher
into run, and that one is popped and dropped, and it's in fair territory. Wow. Now, a couple things here. Mike Cameron must be hurt.
Yeah, because you wouldn't run Hatcher because now you got to figure out somebody in the outfield, and Cameron runs better than Hatcher. So that's a little bit of the bad news. The other thing, I don't think Cameron's going to score on this, but his instincts should be a little better. He's going to be thinking about it. And once again, Donnie Murphy comes up.
So that's an error, and here's Murphy, and there's a right-hander loosening up as fast as he can in the bullpen, and I think Paulino might be buying some time with Burdack. Buck is on deck. Igarashi in the pen. And yeah, Paulino was buying as much time as he could for his skipper. And Terry Collins is coming out. And Igarashi is coming in. It's the bottom of the 11th. Late night with the fish has turned into early morning.
When you need a car, truck, or van, who you gonna call?
Ryota Igarashi takes over for Tim Burdak. And once again, Donnie Murphy finds himself at the plate. And the Marlins with an opportunity.
Yeah, Terry Collins just didn't want the left-hander Burdak to face one more right-handed bat after what happened on that pop fly. So the Marlins got a chance, another chance, this time coming with 2 out.
Hatcher at third, Peterson at second.
Remember, in that 14-inning game, the Marlins left 23 on base. They've left 14 on base so far tonight.
Of course, Hatcher, a former position player, so he knows his way around the bases. Murphy fouls it back, though he didn't get on enough to stay a position player, so but he finds himself on there right now. And the Marlins are going to have to, with Vinny Rottino, probably try to plug him in.
Play in the outfield. Play the outfield. But yeah, I'm with you. The concern would be Mike Cameron.
Oh, 1. Murphy fouls it back. Now it's 0-2. Murphy struck out with a couple of runners aboard in the 9th inning to finish the inning. He's got 2 runners on here. Igarashi misses outside. Robert tweets, did David Wright fail the eyeball test on that last error?
You may have.
Shout out to those watching in Baton Rouge who have checked in. Marlins trying to finish it in the bottom of the 11th. Donnie Murphy. Igarashi. Got him. Murphy strikes out, and on we go. To the 12th we go. Make his Marlins debut. So Rottino ends up in right field.
Vinny Rottino has had a little big league time with the Milwaukee Brewers. A few games in 06, a few games in 07, a little bit in 08. And Jose Seda.
Yeah,
Costanza to work this in.
We know that a lot of people have moved around. I don't know that Craig has moved around at all. Craig is still manning his post. Craig, that's admirable down there.
Yeah, I went over here to kind of get ready for the post-game show and duck out here, and not a bad seat.
Any clue as to Mike Cameron coming off the field?
I know he has had a cranky knee a week ago, 2 weeks ago. I would have to guess it's got to be something like that. Obviously, you're not going to pinch run him. I have no idea. I haven't looked over there, but I'm thinking it's something hopefully minor, but maybe something that was bothering him. It's got to be that. And neither way, the runners, he wouldn't have scored on that anyway, huh?
No,
guys?
No, he wouldn't have scored.
Nope. And we just got note from Matt Roebuck, a tight hamstring for Mike Cameron. So we tap into all our sources for that. Seda misses down low, and Seda tried to continue the run by the bullpen. Nunez worked a scoreless 11th. Seda working here. He gets Pagan, who has doubled twice. Harris, who has walked twice and doubled, and Evans, who has a couple of RBI singles. That one, swing and a miss. Now, in tape, watch Mike Cameron make the catch in the hand on the hamstring.
Grabbing the back of that right hamstring.
Our guys in tape have not mailed it in. They have not gone home. You can put those things on autopilot, you know. Take off, go get something to eat.
Not our guys.
No. Our men and women from Fox Sports Florida still manning their posts. We had a question a while back about what will you miss the most from your booth in this old stadium. And that's an easy answer. That's Cassie. Cassie Allen, our stage director.
Well, isn't Cassie coming to the new place?
Yeah.
So we won't miss her.
Well, let me put it this way. She's our favorite thing about this booth. Right? I mean, what's your favorite thing about this booth?
Well, let me see. Bobby, Cassie, yeah.
Cassie wins.
Sometimes Joe, sometimes Glenn, sometimes Jonathan.
2-2 in the dirt. Seda against Pagan.
Many guests. We like having guests up to stop in and say hi.
It's great to have Preston Wilson here.
What'd you get?
No, I'm just slapping myself again for that faux pas. Here's a 3-2. Liner into left. That's a base hit. Morrison picks it up.
Pagan now with 3 consecutive hits. And I go back to the 6th inning when he hit that line shot to third. He's got some speed, so be careful with him over first.
Seda chases him back. Pagan has stolen 29 bases, and certainly he's a candidate to be running here in the 12th. As the benches get thinner and the bullpens get thinner, do managers gamble more in extra innings?
Yeah, I think you have to. Certainly when you start running out of players, it's a little different in September when you have more players. But right now, Jack's out of players on his bench. He's used everybody. Terry Collins, he's got a few guys left. Nikias, Satin, Tejada, Pascucci.
That's right, Val Pascucci is on that team now.
So they've made a few call-ups, too.
We have some fashion questions. Jason Bay, his first AB. There's a strike. Troy in Orlando. Rich and Tommy, what are your favorite Tommy Bahama shirts? I work for Tommy Bahama and would love to know. It's hard to choose just one.
Well, we have that really nice.
The All-Star one.
The All-Star one is nice. The spring training one is a nice shirt.
The folks at Tommy Bahama were kind enough to send us the spring training ones for a telecast. And then when we toured the headquarters in Seattle, which sounds like an odd place for Tommy Bahama headquarters.
I've told people that story, and they always go, why is it in Seattle?
A lot of things in Seattle. There's a 1-1. Bay trying to bunt, and he misses. It's 1-2. They gave us the All-Star version of the Tommy Bahama shirt this year. Chip Hale with the signs. David in Monterrey, Mexico emails, the U.S. consulate in Monterrey supports Marlins baseball. Tommy, you are a true fashionista.
Aha. Gracias.
Pagan leading, not running. Sada's pitch lined over the head of Dobbs. Morrison cuts it off. And the throw coming into third. On his way to second is Bay. And the Mets have runners at second and at third. Here comes Evans.
Well, this ball's really hit hard. A pitch is up in the zone. Crushes it over the head of Dobbs. Be interesting to see how this is ruled single or double. Did he go to second on the throw, or did he just keep going around first base anyway? Either way, Bay's at second base and Pagan's at third. Little bit of a stutter step once he saw the throw from Morrison go to third base.
Breaking ball. Sada has to do some pitching here to get out of this. Evans. And then you've got Paulino on deck. The Marlins, of course, walked a couple hitters intentionally in the ninth, and it didn't work out so well. No intentional walk here with the infield in. And a liner into center. That's going to score one. Bay will be stopped. Peterson's throw is cut. And the Mets have a 5-4 lead here in the 12th.
Nick Evans now with 3 hits and 3 RBIs. He stung the ball all night. All 3 of these base hits have been hit hard. The Pagan single, the Bay base hit, that one by Evans.
There's Steve Cishek in the pen. So Sada's appearance has been a rough one.
Boy, gets you thinking too now, Rich, about, man, you got a doubleheader coming up next week. 2 outfielders with tight hamstrings. Now Mike Stanton, Mike Cameron. Really, Logan Morrison not at 100%.
A strike to Paulino, who has doubled in 5 trips. Mets at the corners, infield is in. Paulino, big swing, and he fouls it back. He doubled back in the 5th. More tweets flowing in. Tommy probably going to fail his history test tomorrow because of this game.
Got to gut it out. Maybe have a little coffee in the morning.
Lewis watching in Fort Myers at Florida Gulf Coast College as Seda gets the strikeout of Paulino. Both of his roommates are Rays fans, and they bet him that he couldn't get a shout-out. We don't do shout-outs, so.
But in essence, you kind of did, because you read his tweet. Or was that an email?
It was a tweet. I didn't want him to lose the bet. Got Ruben Tejada up at the corners. Seda and Tejada showing bunt, and you think immediately about a squeeze. You got Reyes on deck.
One of the things you try to mix into the formula for a squeeze is a pitcher who's going to be around the plate. I don't know if Collins, he hadn't seen enough of Seda. He's not sure about that. Not to say he wouldn't put it on, but you'd like a pitcher who's going to throw the ball around the plate.
Matt, a member of our crack staff in New York City, checking in, watching early morning with the fish. Nina wants to know how many people are actually left with us. The diehards are here. 2-0. Squeeze is on, and it's fouled back. Bay was coming.
So Collins had seen enough of Seda. He saw the count 2-1. He goes, okay, pretty sure he's going to get a fastball. Got a high fastball. Tejada just fouled it back.
We've had fans requesting coffee on Twitter.
We had
Allison,
Yep.
were you able to deliver?
You know, I've been monitoring the Twitter account, and I saw Dana wanted a cup of coffee. I wasn't doing a whole lot, just kind of hanging out, watching the game. So, Dana, here is your coffee.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. It's nice and hot, which I don't know if that's a good or bad thing this night.
It's nice to have a hot coffee while we're watching the Marlins game.
And I didn't know how you take your coffee.
Well, I take it with cream, but this is great. I'm happy with this. Black is great.
There was no specifics on Twitter, so I went with the black because I figured we could always go and get cream or sugar. I didn't want to ruin it for you by adding it.
It's wonderful.
Do we take care of our Marlins fans that stick it out with us?
Hey, Allison, have Craig go get the cream, okay?
Yeah, Craig, you can go get the cream. I'm wearing heels tonight, so we'll have Craig go do that. I can only do so much.
Allison, what's your Twitter handle again?
It is Sunny with an O AMW.
I was going to put an order in for tea, actually.
I'm going to revert to my waitressing days
Craig,
and
he's
start
not
taking
doing
drink
anything
orders.
down there.
2-2 pitch is fouled off.
What are you doing still here, by the way, Dana?
We just love the Marlins. My son's
We have more crews strewn about the ballpark now. There's Craig relaxing, and there's Allison. She's not yet tweeted out. Got a good battle here between Jose Seda and Ruben Tejada. Mets have a run in the 12th.
Kind of an eerie feeling when we don't say anything.
It is. 2-2.
Puts a lot of pressure on one of the best audio men in the business,
Mark Butler. Jonathan wants to know, Tommy, can you regrow the mustache like the good old days on your baseball card?
Too gray. I'd have to go the Keith Hernandez way. A little just for men.
Mark, a shout out from his bed in Coral Springs. There he is. The obligatory Keith Hernandez.
Checking.
Yep.
Keith and Gary over there. They're excited about this one.
Well, it's the Keith Cam. Anytime you mention Just for Men, Tejada steps out. Late night with a fish. Ball in the dirt. Buck blocks it.
Next pitch will be number 10 to Tejada.
All right, here's the question, though. The other night, that 14-inning game, weren't there like 680-some pitches thrown in the game? Where are we now on this one?
You're asking a lot now.
Oh, I mean, the crack staff. We've got staff littered about the stadium, reclining in all positions. Let's see if the runner, Evans, is on the move from first. 3-2 coming. He's not going. It's fouled back. Seda just keeps humping it up there. He's thrown 28 pitches now.
I think young guys that throw hard and have good stuff realize when they get here, if they don't locate and maybe change speeds a little bit more, they're going to have battles like this and give up base hits. Because at this level, you're facing different guys.
Three-two. Got him.
And a good slider.
So Seda really worked him over and gets the strikeout. He has struck out 2 now, but it gets a lot tougher. Look at that Fox Track spray chart.
I guarantee you that Tejada was not looking for the slider there.
Here comes Reyes. Seda steps off. NLB. I wanted to watch baseball. My wife wanted me to do the dishes. Right now, doing dishes and watching baseball at the same time. Josh Stinson is ready.
Going to have a chance to try to close out a game.
Seda working on Reyes. Reyes lines it into right field. The Mets have an extra run. Ratino picks it up for the Marlins. And Jose Reyes comes through. So it's back to a 2-run lead.
And I think with that base hit now, all of a sudden Reyes jumps back into the lead in the National League batting race. I mentioned Braun was 0 for 3 or 0 for 4. And Reyes had an 0 for going after his first 3 ABs, but he's singled each of his last 3 times up.
Turner swings and misses at a high fastball. Volstad, Hensley, Webb, Mujica, Nunez, Seda. I leave anyone out?
You know, when you look back on it, nice job by Chris Volstad. Just didn't get any offensive support. 6 innings, gave up 6 hits, just 2 runs. A lot of times that's going to get you a win most of the time.
Mets have gone Batista, who went 6 innings, gave up 1 run. Acosta, Isringhausen, Parnell, Beato, Burdak, Igarashi. Turner Turner swings and misses. You've got Josh Stinson ready in the pen, who's appeared in 2 Major League games. Hasn't allowed a run yet in 3 2/3 innings.
Had a handful of saves in the minor leagues. But that's it.
One, two. You know, we sit up here and chuckle and moan about the rain delay and the long night, and all we're doing is sitting here watching baseball. Can you imagine being home plate umpire Dana DeMuth? And
he has to make split-second decisions on every pitch.
There have been about 410 pitches thrown already in this game. And DeMuth has had to stay sharp the entire night. That can't be easy. When we start this thing, 8:20. So we're 4 hours and 15 minutes into this.
Well, even the other umpires, they don't get a break to sit down. They've been on their feet for over 4 hours.
They can go get snacks.
They get snacks. The ball boy will bring them some water once in a while, but they're on their feet. So what we're trying to do is give the umpires a little love. They deserve it. And Dana DeMuth's been a good umpire for a long time.
Jonathan wants to know, Tommy, can the Marlins use you as a pinch hitter?
I think those days are over.
Two. Turner fouls it back. Jose Seda has come in here and he has thrown 38 pitches. John Buck wants to add to the suspense. He'll trot out to the mound. Jimmy says that the best Marlins moment for him was when Mike Piazza played for the Marlins for like 4 hours, then went to the Mets.
Yeah, 5 games, I think.
There's DeMuth.
You know, a guy who finished out that year, though, that came over and then ended up playing for the Mets. Terrific guy, Todd Zeal. Was a Marlin for about half the season.
Buck has to block that one. It's 3-2 now. The Giants are taking a 5-3 lead into the 9th in San Diego. You know it's late when all the West Coast games are ending or have ended. Phillies won their game against Atlanta 6-3.
Did Vance Worley get win number 11?
Yes, he did. He's 11-1. Uggla's 33rd. Utley hit his 10th. Pitch is outside. Seda looks like he's running out of gas. And with Lucas Duda coming up, do you stay with Seda or do you go to Cishek? Jack pops out of the dugout.
No, it's hard when you're a big young guy and you run out of gas in 1 inning. Just my opinion. To me, if you run out of gas in 1 inning, you're not in shape.
6-4 Mets. Here comes a Marooney. Called to the pen.
When you need a car.
getting to be a long night here at Sun Life Stadium. Everybody's been working really hard, including Craig Minervini, who earlier asked for some tea. I thought I'd bring him some tea.
That was sweet of you, Allison. I was just kidding, but I will.
It really is too. And how do you take your tea, Craig?
Well, a little honey.
A little honey? Okay, well, I do have.
Sugar?
I don't have honey.
Whatever you have.
But I've got sugar.
Perfect.
All different types.
I am not going to
be
picky.
And a little cream. Only for you, Minervini.
You are the
Only
best.
for you would I do this.
All right, wait a minute.
I want you to have a great post-game show.
Yes.
And so a little bit to get you through.
Very nice of you. Really. It really is.
I was a waitress in college, so this is second
I was
hand
a waiter
for me.
myself back in the day.
Can I sit with you here?
Absolutely.
All right.
See, now this is a real weird dynamic here where we have our two sideline announcers actually conversing with each other.
We've come to that point.
Worlds are colliding here. I don't know if the universe can take it.
I'll get your clipboard for you. And is there anything else
No,
you need?
you're good.
You all right?
You're the best. Thank you very much.
Bases loaded.
Look at
Steve
this.
Cishek misses outside.
I have a crawler.
And it's 2-0. Well, the Mets have pushed across 2 runs here in the 12th. Cishek takes over for Seda. And there's no place to put Lucas Duda. And so Cishek is in real trouble now because the count is 3-0.
You're Lucas Duda. You know you're going to get that fastball. You're going to get a couple of them.
Cishek walks him on 4 pitches. The top of the 12th inning is just about half an hour old. And the Mets have a 7-4 lead now. The 9th man to come to the plate is David Wright.
Been a long night for David. 0 for 5.
Cishek throws a strike. Wright still has another chance to extend his hit streak to 10 games. Colorado did beat Arizona 8-3, so if the Giants can win that game, they pick up a game. They'd be 6 out. (5-3) San Francisco, top of the 9th in San Diego. Here's a pitch. It's 1-2. You can just imagine. Cishek 1-2 coming to right. Got him. Struck him out. But the Marlins have dug themselves a 3-run hole in the bottom of the 12th. They'll try to keep it going. Bottom of the 12th. Follow along with us at home. Ruben Tejada stays in. He's at second.
There is Josh Stinson.
His third major league appearance.
We mentioned just a handful of saves in the minor leagues. So a chance to pick up his first major league save.
Well, the Marlins order looks this way now. You've got Buck, Rotino, and Infante. And a strike to John Buck from Stinson. Stinson did not have the best of years numbers-wise in the minor leagues. Buck fouls it back. Stinson out of Shreveport, Louisiana. Northwood High School in Shreveport. The Mets took him in the 37th round. And here he is in the big leagues.
I'm sure Terry Collins is thinking too, with the length of this game, everybody he's had to use, and then he's looking at the game tomorrow, then their doubleheader on Wednesday against the Braves.
Buck, a high fly ball to right. That is Lucas Duda out there, and he makes the catch. So here is 31-year-old Vinny Rotino, and he makes his Marlins debut. He's been in the big leagues before, as Tommy has pointed out. 18 games, 24 at-bats, 5 hits, no homers, 4 RBIs.
Had a real solid season in AAA, hit .304. Talked to him around the batting cage. He played some left field, he played some first base. Caught about once every 4 or 5 games. So a versatile guy.
374 on base percentage. Not a big guy. He's 6 feet tall, 215. Attended the University of Wisconsin La Crosse. He's from Racine, Wisconsin. See, now that's getting creepy. Here's the 2-1. Rotino, grounder, backing up his right. Quick release. Just got him. Rotino almost beat it. And so the Marlins are down to Omar Infante.
By a step.
A strike. Stinson looking for his first big league save. One and one. Long night for Infante.
He hasn't had many long nights, especially against the Mets.
Yeah,
but he was 0 for 4 last night, and just 1 base hit tonight.
1 for 6 tonight. Two one. And now the count even at 2-2.
Let's see, later tonight, early start, 5:10. Get Brad Hand against R.A. Dickey.
Center field. And this one belongs to the Mets. A long night turned into morning. And the Mets win it. So this series now even at a game apiece. The world's fastest postgame show is coming up. 4 hours and 29 minutes for this one. 7-4. Mets win it.